This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Bon dia, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's Triple Trouble weekend here on ECN, and I'm proud to bring you live from the SCG, the Sandringham Cricket Ground, this clash in the Portugal Liga. Grizzly. This Division 2 clash sees Gamblers SC taking on Whereas second 11. It is match 28 of the competition, and it should be a pretty interesting one with Gamblers. Well, they won't be too happy to be in Division 2. This is a team we have seen in the ECL before, the Champions League of European Cricket, but they find themselves down in this position where they're taking on the Whereas reserves. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you. News from the toss is that Whereas have won the toss and elected to field. So Gamblers almost getting ready to get underway with the bat. Well, it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. A lot of cricket going on around the grounds as well. So we'll keep you up to date with what's happening with cricket in Portugal here as well as Bulgaria and also in Czechia. Bulgaria already underway, and Bulgaria, remember, never won a T20 international women's match. They're 103 for 2 in the 16th over. Going okay over there against Serbia, who won game 1 of the clash yesterday. Anyway, right here, it's going to be Mandeep Saini to face up first ball. This looks like Josh Winter. That's going to bowl. 20 overs aside. Lights, camera, action. Here we go. Oh, geez. It's a bouncer first up. And in fact, it's a little bit too short and will be a wide. Good morning to everyone in the chat as well. I know you might be doing a bit of flicking today. I know we were pretty excited to announce that we would be showing this Portugal Liga Grizzly back in April. It's just taken a little bit of time for the logistics. There's the first run of the day. It comes off the bat of Mandeep. And that will bring the Silver Fox on strikes, leading the side, Mayank Darji. Yeah, Gamblers are a side we know very, very well. They're a team that do have an ECN trophy. You might not know too much if you haven't been following along, although we have had the scores on our website for a while. But the Portuguese Division 2, it's a big competition. It's actually got 14 teams involved. The season started right back on the 25th of April, and it runs all the way through to late October, early November. This is match 28 of 83 in the round robin stage. Another bounce is probably the second for the over. Yeah, and that's no ball. It's good call umpires, of course. Expect good umpiring standards in Portugal. And I'm sure today will be no exception. Free hit then. Darji rolls the wrists on it, but can't do too much with it. So, yeah, we had a bit of history yesterday. I was commentating in Prague, and the Czech women's team won their first ever T20 International. Winning it pretty comprehensively as well. Can Bulgaria win their first this morning? Right here in Portugal, though, it's Winter. Been a bit short so far. Darji goes back and punches off the back foot. The boundary's a little bit longer here compared to a European cricket series. That one will end up making it across the line. Cuatro carreras, our first boundary of the day. Yeah, Winter just needs to pitch up a little bit, doesn't he? And challenge Mayank to come onto the front foot, maybe into an error. Keeper there is Suk Kingra for Whereas. Of course, Whereas top team are in the Division 1 of this Portugal Liga Grizzly, and they'll don't think they play tomorrow, but we'll be showing some of those matches. This was going to be a wide, so you can already see Winter. He's got good rhythm, but he's just spraying it a bit all over the place at the moment. Hello to all my friends watching in Portugal, as well as all of you watching all around the world. Weather today, not a bad day in Portugal, about 29 degrees, plenty of sunshine. I know there has been a bit of rain around over the last couple of days. Hello to Tina, nice to see you. Huge Portuguese cricket fan. Much better from Winter, just a shade fuller. Tina's been pretty busy as well. She was at the test, I think, as the women's cricket officer for the MCC, rubbing shoulders with and hobnobbing. Hi, James Stewart as well. This time he does get on the front foot. Darji, such an experienced player. Won't get a boundary, but they will get two. Yeah, so James saying, is it Phil's turn to pedal the studio generator? Well, I can tell you that Phil, along with Danny, are going to be at what I would call the furnace in Czechia today. I was there yesterday. They're talking about in Czechia, they're going to be the hottest day ever tomorrow. There's already, I saw an ad for a T-shirt that said, I survived the weekend of 26 to 28. That's a nice shot from Darji. Just timed it, didn't he? Sprung off the middle of the bat. Just a nice, easy, free swing of the bat. But these boundaries, they are big. You have to earn your runs. That will be the end of the first over. It's 12 without loss. Good start for gamblers. Yeah, so the funny thing is Portugal is a lot cooler than the rest of Europe at the moment. Expecting 29 degrees, but to give you an idea of what's going on in Bulgaria, where Rico is, they're expecting 31 today, 32 tomorrow. In Prague, where Phil is and Danny's doing today, and Shoban will be doing tomorrow, they're talking 37 today, 39 tomorrow. It's never hit 40 degrees at this very famous weather station in Prague. So they're talking about maybe tomorrow will be the day. Anyway, here's Krut Patel. Again, he's a guy that's been to the ECL with Oaris. So actually, you got both these clubs having been to the ECL. Though obviously, we're dealing with the Oaris second 11 here. But yeah, plenty of cricket to choose from. Gamblers back in their traditional yellow. I do like them in that strip. Here's Krut. Low full toss. A lot of bottom hand in that one from Saini. And would you believe it? Fumbled. And I see Buck Stoneman out there as well, the umpire signalling 4 runs. Although I don't think Krut's too happy that he had to. That one just getting away from the fielder. Krut, also an excellent umpire. He's turned into a very, very good umpire. Hello to the robot as well. Nice to see you, robot. All right, high. Krut wants this himself. No, the keeper's going to take it. It's dropped. Oh, Sook. Got the false shot out of Saini and really should have been caught. You always felt it was just drifting away from him. And down it went. Remember that. Saini dropped on 5. So, Darji, the lefty, will take over. Hello to Christopher Ward as well. This is a very familiar cricket ground for most of our ECN community. It's a bad feeling, though, when you drop a catch anytime. This one gets up a bit on my ankle, and I'd have worn that in the gloves. I see Krut was thinking about getting there. I think the keeper was such a high ball. You've got no sense of kind of direction when it's straight up. It's almost falling on your head. And that's why Crute, I think, probably had the better angle to the ball, even though he had to go a little bit further. But having said that, I think it's always the keeper's catch. Keeper's got the gloves. Just have to account for that kind of away drift a little bit. Better line that time from Crute. Again, I think it's great when any club has two teams. And we're talking about Awaris here, but also I know Lisbon Supergiants have two teams, even though they haven't been going that well in this division. But still, the fact you're able to field two teams is a sign of a strong club. Much better from Crute. Has to adjust for the left-hander. And if you look at the records of these two teams, Awaris 1-3 after 4 matches played. You've got Gamblers 3-1 after 4 matches played. Punched away off the back foot by Darji. Trot back for a second run. And that'll take us to the end of the second over. So Gamblers 20 without loss after 2. Now, Gamblers, so far, they've played 4 games. And the way it is in Portugal, because there's so many teams that are in this league, they don't play every weekend necessarily. So, they'll play every 2 or even 3 weeks. Gamblers started with a really strong win over the LSG2 side, Lisbon Supergiants, second 11, keeping them to 87 and then chasing it down in the 8th over. And that was all the way back on the 2nd of May. Then they had a win over the Tiger Strikers again. Gamblers, they started with a win over the Spartans, 230 to 135 on the 2nd of May. Then they had a win over Betty Lisbon, chasing the 16th. They had a win over Falcoish. Bit of a walking wolf from Sine. He's already had a bit of luck. Outside edge does fly all the way to the boundary. So, Gamblers had a winning streak of 3 to start the season. But then they fell their last time out on the 13th of June, so 2 weeks ago, to Brothers 11 Portugal, going down 166 to 143. So Gamblers coming off that loss will want to get back in the winner's circle, no doubt about that. Whereas second 11, well, they have just won 1 of their 4 games. They started with a loss to Rangers. Close games, though, that they've been playing. Well, again, very, very high from Saini. Again, coming down, and this time coming down into the hands of a nice kick. It seemed to be up from an eternity, and I tell you what, Sook Kigra will be feeling a lot better after that because it hasn't cost him too many. Saini falls for 10, and it's the first wicket of the day. Winter pitches it up and gets the result. Gamblers SC 24 for 1. It was a very, very high catch, wasn't it? Seemed to be up there forever. But yeah, as they say, catches win matches. And it's so important you get rid of this Gamblers top order. They can really hurt you and put on some big scores. Talking 200 plus. But whereas they'll be feeling a lot better after that. It's Awais Kalo that took the catch. Had plenty of time to think about it as well, which isn't always a good thing. New batter comes out. It's Kushi Ram, the keeper. Winter. And hitting that hard length, isn't he? Kushi gets off the mark. Still left-hand, right-hand combination in play. Darji, 10 off 10. It's kind of cruised to that score so far. Well, that's a really nice shot off the back foot. Power play batting, even with these slightly bigger boundaries than we see in the ECS, that's going to fly away. It's still a very fast outfield. And the result's 4 runs. Again, Winter probably kind of erring on the side of too short. Something he'll want to sort out. That's much better length and got him. Oh, there we go. I said to Winter, he's got to pitch up a little bit, draw Darji onto the front foot. This one just maybe popped up a little bit off a length. Once again, good catch taken. That's good length, isn't it? You can see there's a lot of bottom hand. It's an excellent catch. Sean Malik, the captain, hurls himself forward and takes an absolute screamer. And that'll get you up and about. Nueris, despite being big underdogs in this clash, they have 2 early wickets, both openers back in the pavilion. It's 29 for 2. What a good catch by Sean Malik. He's a player we have seen, obviously, playing for the top team a fair bit. He's got that responsibility of leading the twos. And once again, Winter, shows how dangerous he is if he gets it right. James said he's heading out on the town. Enjoy yourself, James. I will have a cool day commentating. Yeah, everyone's trying to stay cool in Europe at the moment. So, new batter out there, Arjun Kashyap. It's right behind this one. So gamblers maybe can't play with the kind of freedom they would have liked to. And otherwise, that'll be the end of the 3rd over. Successful one for Winter. And gamblers 29 for 2. So plenty going on around the grounds, as I said. Bulgaria just getting towards the end of their innings in that Balkan Cup clash. Bulgaria, 0 wins, 20 losses lifetime. But they're currently favourites in their 21st ever T20 International. But it could be a close one against Serbia, who've beaten them 7 times out of 7 they've played. By the way, they're the only 7 wins that Serbia have in T20 International Women's Cricket. Yesterday, we saw Czechia break a 19-match losing streak to start their T20IW record. And Czechia winning comprehensively, and actually showing a lot of players in form. Here's Krut Patel coming back for a second over. Another high ball. This time, Krut wants it up in the air and gone. Well, there you go. You can see the power play batting maybe just going from the attacking to the reckless. Off the length, tries to hit this to the leg side. It's shaping away from him slightly. Krut says, that is mine. I'm not trusting anyone this time. And reels in the catch. So, KP. Difference maker early. End of round for just 1. Second ball he faced. It was a pretty rash stroke. Gamblers 29 for 3. Ranjit Narayan is the new batter. Geez, all happening here. Plenty of action. T20 cricket. Gamblers really going hard in this power play. Crute bowling good lines there. You can see some of the stats. It's 3.7 wickets per 10 overs, 21.3 runs per dismissal. New batter, Narayan. He's the ultimate silver fox, actually, Ranjit. Good to see him still out there and doing his thing. Former worst player, by the way. Interesting to see how long they stick with the openers here. They've done a pretty good job. Want to be picking up wickets in that power play. Sets the tone for the whole game, really. Got bowled by Krip Patel, Kashyap. He's got a good defence. Interesting to see if he wants to open up a little bit. It's a strange one, really, because tries to get through cover. It's right off the inside edge and out to Irfan Muhammad. Krip wears it. So Bulgaria, 138 for 4 is their final score against Serbia. They are slight favourites. Bowled. It's good over from Krute. Don't know what happened there, but still got one to come, actually. Just the 2 runs off it. Started with that wicket. Narayan. Yeah, it's that one. Too long on. Dragged down to Ranjit Singh. On the bounce, though, it'll be the end of the over. So 32 for 3 after 4. Since the else have got it right with the ball, they certainly have had better results. Yeah, first time we've had triple trouble on the networks. Logistically, it's an amazing result to be able to do that. It's quite incredible to see how far we've come in such a short amount of time in season 2026. Ranjit Narayan faces Winter, getting a 3rd over. Just feel they're scared a bit straight, Gamblers, but they are. They're a team that like to attack. But so far, they lost Mandeep Saini for 10. Dachi for 14. Kushi Ram for 1. Oh, full toss, about the waist. Kind of punches at it, almost punches it to a fielder. Came herring in there, but I think this one, it's not really no ball territory in that it drops to the waist. See, Krute, great effort. Fantastic effort there. Getting enough Krute behind it. This one a little bit wide of the mark. And will be re-bowled. Fourth and fifth wicket can make all the difference here. There's a lot of stats saying you lose 3 wickets in the power play, your chances of winning go down significantly. I would say in European cricket, maybe get away with it a bit more. Tend to have games, and quite a few games, in fact, where teams get bowled out in the 20 overs and still win. I think at this level of cricket, when you don't have kind of 6 professional bats, you just need to get to enough. Middle length there, Narayan getting a bit frustrated, I think, going after that one. Wasn't really in a good position to play that stroke. Narayan pushes just a single. It's been a good comeback from Oeras. Winter, it's come back well. I wonder if they're going to bowl him a 4th over, actually. I'd say because he does seem a bit like an inconsistent proposition, maybe because he is kind of up and ticking and in rhythm. I'd be tempted to bowl him out, given this situation. It will be the end of the 5th over, and Gambler's 37 for 3. So, last over the power play coming up. Crute stays on, obviously one of the leaders of this Whereas 2 side. Up in the air and gone. Josh Winter seems everywhere right now. Takes a bow as well. So Kashyap, again, had the defense there. Kind of looked like he was setting himself up. Just went for a shot that probably wasn't there. That's the 6th over pressure where you know the field's about to go back. He kind of slices inside out in it, and Josh Winter does the rest. Takes his curtain call, and Crute has the 2nd wicket. Gambler's in some big trouble now at 37 for 4. Crute Patel has been very, very tight, hasn't he, so far? fourth. Oh, gone. Little inside edge, stumps, and so Gurpreet doesn't last too long at all. He's gone for 5 wickets down early. For 5 wickets down, looks on inside edge, hits the tail, and past the keeper. Gurpreet with a semi-keeper, non-plussed. What a start this has been. Gamblers now 39 for 5 after 6. I've got to say, be tempted to keep these two because they are really ticking at the moment. But yeah, Josh Winter 2 for 26 off 3 overs. Krut Patel 3 for 13. Krut's actually taken wickets at the ECL before. I think they are going to change. It looks like apologies for slight technical issues. I think you can expect that. First day of the broadcast in this Portugal Liga Grizzly. The PLG, the SCG. Irfan takes over from Winter, so they leave Winter with 1 over in the back. Probably would have gone down. He's in such good rhythm. Fair enough. Got to use other bowlers at some point. Irfan's not a bad first change bowler at all. He's tall. Comes from quite a height. Can't get that extra bounce. To our cameraman, who I believe is Conrad Greenshields this morning. Hello, Conrad. Probably can't hear me, but hello anyway. Oh, I think that was the catch. I don't think that was a ball. It did come quickly back to run, but he just couldn't get the hands down in time. Put that down as a chance. Getting off the pad, this one. Down the leg side. Or not. No, it's off the pad. I thought so. Back to leg side. Momentarily. Single. Yeah, a lot of new technical whiz-bang effects being applied. If you follow ECN this weekend. Yeah, really important when you replace the opening bowls have done a good job that the replacements keep that pressure on. The Hum's done well so far. Vikas, pretty experienced player. And number 7, don't think he was expecting to bat in over number 7. So, Irfan, pretty tidy over, just the 3 off it. And Gamblers, 42 for 5 after 7. To do a bit of a rebuild job. to decide to replace Crew into Patel. So yeah, taking as a chance to see speed bowling and work ways to score. Patel obviously brings slightly different, being left arm. He doesn't have the keeper up here. Orthodox, but so far he's been a little bit loose. This too short, and so an easy put away for this ball really. Pin 2 has to get it outside off, or at least on the stumps. Oh, it's gone very wrong this time. It's no ball, slipped out of the ball than anything. The fielding in front of him. A little bit disappointed. Two more. All right, pardon me. Hit the one. This time, up towards long on. Just a single. So the first to admit that keep on. That'll be of the two. Well, Walkway shaking his head a little bit off the over. 54 for 5 after 8. over. Gamblers just had to check their game a little bit now. About the 5 wickets lost. Pretty good. Yeah. We had some issues early. Played away on the offside. Just a single. Really crucial part of the game now over the next 5 overs or so. Down the ground, I think of the run, I think against it in the end. So I'd be curious to see if they make a change this bottom end. We'll have to find out. So yeah, Kareem, you're right. There's been a bit of heat going around that's caused some issues here and there. Digs this one out, does Narayan. And that will take us to the end of the over. So 57 for 5 after 9. Looks like Kroom's found a way you can watch all 3 at once. Impressive, Kroom. I have to try that one. I'm scared I'm going to break everything, though, if I do. Really cool. Kroom, you've taught me something, and I feel it's a skill that I'm going to get, I will use. Really feels like I'm at NASA now. So, Narayan gets another crack at Pinto. Pinto's been trusted with a second over. His first one wasn't quite what he wanted. It's been a bit too full at times, hasn't he? And you can just tell, like, the batters feel like they're against somebody who hasn't quite got their control. So 4 runs here, and again, Pinto having more issues. Really, it's only Patel that's really been expensive. Trade all for a wicket, though. This partnership growing. Neither of these two quite at the run a ball mark, though. Just a bit too wide. Remember, the line doesn't really belong to the bowler the way it might do in ECN T10 cricket. Good fielding there to stop that one getting by. Almost at the 10 over mark. Like I said, not quite as hot in Portugal compared to Central Europe at the moment, in Eastern Europe. Pinto, so he's coming off the long run and makes it back. Good to see him hustling through the overs, though. Oh, he's got him. Oh, it was so high, but then it just fell out of the sky, didn't it? And Vikas, his eyes lit up. I actually think he licked his lips before this ball arrived. And he tried to hit it to the moon instead. Maybe took a little bit of something down the stretch, but crashed into the bottom of the stumps. And it's 65 for 6. One unlikely way to take a wicket. Anyway, I think they will take the drinks break then. 65 for 6. Vinny Sandy, who Mr. Maximo back shortly. You're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 2 here live on ECN. Back with more shortly. All right, back in business then. Pinto, it's got one ball to go on this 10th over. They take the drinks break with the wicket falling during the 10th. Yeah, that one wasn't a ball that Pinto will look back on that fondly, except for the result. The extreme flight, getting Vikas. I wonder if that's enough to get him another over. Although Pinto tries to field this with legs, then he remembers they're too thin to field a ball and it sneaks past. End of the 10th over, right smile. As he doesn't field it on the way back either. 10 overs down at 65 for 6. So, Irfan gets third over here. Pretty good line there. He's worked away for a single. That was all the sixes. 66 for 6 after 10. The Devil's number. Narayan has been there for 21 balls for 19. This one down the leg side gets away from the keeper. Come back for 2. Let's wait and signal here from the umpire. And the leg bars, I think, shaping to raise the leg. Narayan reasonably circumspect, aware of all the wickets falling around him. You know, whereas they're still going to have to chase these. I don't know how many just yet. Remember, this is the seconds team, so not without those big first team players you might be used to seeing on the network. Jit Balkrishna, another very experienced player. Just keeps this one out from Muhammad. It's bowled well. Irfan Muhammad hasn't really given away too much for free. Kind of shows with his economy rate of just 3.0. Throws this one a little bit wider. And Balkrishna goes after it. It was a rare loose delivery from Irfan, who's been pretty straight at the stump so far. And it gets the treatment, 4 runs. So into the 11th over, and the score 74 for 6. Change bowling at this clubhouse end. It's going to be George Mashi to bowl. Pinto had an interesting couple of overs. So we're into the 5th bowler now for the Swans. Good start from Mashi. Ryan flashes outside the off stump. Not sure it's some chatter or something there, but Ryan backs away. Doesn't look too pleased about it either. Mashi, it's been good so far. Just keeping it pitched up. I think you do tend to have more success when you try and get the batter on the front foot. Now she gets away with that one. Again, like this length from Mashi, we talked about it. Well, that's going to be a no ball. It's a loose one from Mashi. There's full and there's two full. Running down the hill. Just pulls up in time. They think of 3. They're going to get 3. So no ball plus 3. Again, Mashi been so good to that point. The run of 4 dots. That's effectively a 4 with the no ball plus the 3 that were run. Free hit then. Krishna faces up. He misses. Missed opportunity for gamblers. Mashi going to close out the over here. Just the 4 off it. Pretty good over in the end. Just one that got away, but still only 4 off it. Gamblers, 132 expected at the moment. They would have expected more than that, I think, at the start of this innings. Right now, after 12 overs, they're 78 for 6. A bit going on around the grounds, as we said. Czechia have lost a second wicket. Hard-hitting Katka Tezajikova's out, which I think is a huge moment in the game. Obviously, you got Serbia chasing as well. So yeah, plenty of cricket going on around the grounds. Pleased to bring you this Portugal League 2 clash as well, as a change of bowling now with Ranjit Singh bowling to Ranjit Narayan. Battle of the Ranjits. Could be an interesting one. Slight hold up here. I think, is it to do with the ball? Is it to do with the background? Now good to go with Ranjit Singh back up and firing. Some stats from the year on your right. You can see average 8 and over the year. So it's basically 156 par is what I've got for the season so far. Remember, there's 14 teams in this second division. Slashed away out to deep point. That's George Massey out there. Good hustle. Come back for 2. Boundaries have been hard to come by for gamblers. And Serbia have lost another week against Bulgaria. Again, a lot around the ground. I've got to say thanks to Kroom. That's a brilliant link that you're able to send me. That's going to be a no ball as well. It's been the occasional high one, hasn't there? That one will run away for 4 as well. So no ball plus 4. Whereas have let the pressure off, gamblers have generally cashed in. And that one just goes very wrong. It's shoulder high, hooked it around the corner. Free hit to come. Shotorova has taken another wicket for Bulgaria, and she's on a hat trick. Bulgaria have never won a game in 20 attempts. Much better ball on the free hit from Ranjit Singh. Krishna squeezes it out for a single. Gamblers, I mean, typically they've made big runs. They're averaging 180 off the bat, which is right up there. It's in the top 3 in the competition as far as runs scored. They're averaging, like I said, 9 and over. Obviously, right now, they're going well below that. The issue being 6 wickets down as well. Still 7 overs remaining, plus this ball. Another no ball. Just got to sort it out, don't they? Then release wasn't quite there. It was above the waist at the point it reaches the batter at the crease. So another free hit coming up. Well, at least he avoids further punishment. Should just be a single. That will take us to the end of the over. So Ranjit, a bit of a mixed over. Had some good moments, had some not so good moments, but that's the end of it. And after 13 overs, gamblers are 89 for 6. Nice look at the surrounds as the spectators, generally of the bovine variety, always around the SCG. Geez, it's such a beautiful part of the world there. I always love spending time in Santarém and the general Lisbon area. Some wonderful places to eat and drink and experience the culture and the cuisine. Really friendly people as well. I can see why a lot of people decide to move there. And those that live there want to stay there. There's Bucks. He's a really fantastic servant of Portuguese cricket as well. Still pretty sprightly on his feet as well, isn't he? It's a big team effort to bring you this game today. 3 simultaneous broadcasts on ECN. Crazy stuff. Only 7 overs to go. Umpire's showing the ball, saying this is what it looks like. Good luck. George Massey will get a second over. And Paolo Campini said, bit of a mishmash of a first over. It's a pretty good over, though. Just that one high no ball. Whereas, though, they're going to have to prove themselves with the bat in the second half. Gamble's a really experienced outfit. Pretty well bowled from Massey. I like them challenging the stumps here. Always a chance for bolder LBW. Just, you're playing against a couple of bats that do want to get things moving. May want to hit across that ball, just might make a mistake. Nice looking shot from Jitu. Have to settle for one though. He was on the charge there. And I think he went too early. Actually saw him coming and fired it in short. Clever adjustment. That's hit very well. Cracked through the leg side. And Ryan just really wants to get on with it now, don't you? Kind of said enough's enough. Drags this one. A lot of bottom hand in that shot from outside the off stump. Races to the boundary. Tries the same sort of thing this time, but a little bit later on it, so it goes down the ground. They hustle well and get through for two. Mashy. Nice ball to 14th. Oh, it gets up. Really does get up. Look at this explode off a length. This pitch occasionally does play a few tricks. But it will take us to the end of the over. And the score 97 for 6 after 14 overs. Around the grounds. Plenty happening in European cricket, as you're probably aware by now. Serbia 42 for 3 after the power play. Chasing that target of 139 for victory. And Czechia made a pretty good start there. 80 for 3 in the 11th. Right here in the 15th. It's Ranjit Singh getting a second over. Ranjit Narayan getting ready to face up after that single first ball to Jit Balkrishna. Well, that one, it's like it's taken a bit of bat. It's called a no ball for height. It was dropping the last moment. It's great effort in the field, but it's going to be in vain. Mashy hurls himself ropewards. No, unfortunately for him, couldn't reel it in. So it'll be a no ball +4. Again, worse. It's really only their mistakes that have cost them today. A lot of these high ones. Getting a good look at George there. So another free hit. Hundreds up for gamblers. It's going to be like an ugly 150, I reckon, the way things are going. Wow, hit that well. Hit that really well. Ranjit Narayan wins the battle of the Ranjits here and cracks this one. Maximo. The first one of the day. We've had to wait for it. Again, takes it from outside the off stump. Has the immunity cloak. Knows he can't be out. A lot of bottom hand in that. Sends it out of the ground. Once again, gamblers pouncing on an Awaris mistake. Well, with hitting like that, it might not just be an ugly 150. It might be a handsome 170 or 180. Narayan to 41. Now we're going to have another boundary. So really, Awaris kind of lost the plot. 6 down. They're so close to cracking right down the bottom of the order, but Ranjit Narayan says, not on my watch, moves to 45. Goes after this straight. He likes it off the bat as well. Fantastic striking from Ranjit Narayan. The man for the situation moves to 49 now. This is starting to hurt Awaris. Starting to hurt him on the scoreboard. Turning into a very expensive over from Ranjit Singh. It's a magical over in fact, and still 2 to go. Wants more, probably wants 2 here. Probably get it as well. So it's controlling the strike right now. $22 off the over plus this. $50 as well for Narayan. Brings it up in 41 balls. Been a good knock. 5 4s and a 6. And right now he seems completely in control. We'll take the 1, keep the strike. And gamblers after 15. Back on track. 120 for 6. Awaris, their second 11 with the bat. Their highest score was actually in the last game out. It was a shortened 18-over match against Falcoish. They scored 169. It wasn't enough as they went down by 24 runs. Another 18-over match they played in match 18. They scored 144. They did chase 123 successfully back on the 16th of May. And the only time they batted the 20 overs, they scored 158 against Rangers. So you can see, that 160 is going to be a challenging kind of target, I think. That's exactly what they're on for at the moment. 160 at 8 and over, 120 off 15. His last 5 overs coming up. Short, and Narayan snaps his hands through this and sends it many a mile. Maximo. What a knock. That's not quite getting the support. I think now's the time. You got to go back to Winter. Because what are you holding him back for? They didn't bowl him out when he was kind of in rhythm. Well, Kruk Patel's the other one. Mashi getting swept up in the momentum. Yeah, that's going to take some finding. Big news in Prague as well with Farwa Baba making her T20 debut. Another boundary now. Now Krishna joining the party. He's kind of been a silent partner in this partnership. But again, not a good ball. It's almost a no ball again. Mashi started well, but lost the handle a little bit now. Much better. See some of the recent centuries on your right. Haven't had too many lately. Surprising, considering we've done quite a bit of T20 cricket as well as T10 cricket. Now Krishna drives through the offside. Winter does the fielding. You wonder when they might bring him back. That'll be the end of the 16th over. With 13 off that one, Gamblers with all the momentum, 133 for 6. Remember, these two came together at 65 for 6, so they've already put on 68. And looks like Winter is, or is he? He's heading in that general direction. I think there might be Shan Malik, the captain, who wants to have a bowl. So 4 overs to go. I feel it's a big 4 overs as well. Not so concerned now with the 6 wickets down as they were when these two came together. So, Shan, Ueris skipper, getting ready to bowl over 17. I think they're just trying to get through these two however they can. And then you've got Winter, you've got Krip Patel to come back. But what kind of damage will there be before then? Just loses his first one outside off. Much better that time from Shan. Wild swing this time from Ranjit. Misses out. Does like that. Leg side, doesn't it? And pretty close to knocking him over. Got him. Well, the one before went pretty close to knock him over. This one does. Malik hits the top and middle stump. Ranjit, after a spirited 60, will become the 7th wicket of the day. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Again, not easy, hitting across balls that are on the stumps. You see his feet never went anywhere. Malik hits the timber. An important one, really, just to snap the momentum. Gamblers now 134 for 7. New batter coming out there is Varandeep Singh. Whereas will be hoping they can run through the bottom order here and keep it maybe in the 140s. Like I said, very experienced Gamblers lineup. Not often, I mean, you wouldn't expect, calling my first Division 2 game, that I'd run into a team that I've seen in the ECL. And in fact, 2 clubs that have been in the ECL before. Hello to Terry. Nice to see you. Just spotted you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Hope everything's going well down under. Hello to Chris Smith. Nice to see you. Yeah, triple trouble today. So much going on. It's logistically an absolute miracle. We've got 3 games going, especially with some of the extreme heat that we've got in Central Europe. Prague in the Central Europe Cup, the Balkan Cup in Bulgaria as well. Hot stuff over there. Bulgaria trying to win their first ever T20 IW. Not a bad hit from Varandik first up. This runs into his batting partner. Oh, close. I think, in fact, if Malik had been able to get behind the stumps and gather that, Varandik, it was Balkrishna, I should say, his bat plugged just short of the line. So you can see the intent, the urgency from gamblers. The overs are running out. But yeah, plenty of history being made this weekend. First ever triple trouble, or triple treat, you might call it, on ECN in season 2026. And 2 international T20 IW tournaments, and of course the Grizzly League here. It's a tough one for the keeper. Good backing up though, prevents an overthrow. Krishna laces this one out to the point boundary. That's an excellent shot. Just top class timing. Not a lot of foot movement, but it was that kind of full length, almost a half volley, wide half volley. Made no mistake. Hello to Save Derek as well in the chat. Vinny here. Hopefully you're well. Hopefully enjoying this smorgasbord of cricket on offer right now. Gamblers, 3 overs to go in the first innings of the day. They're 141 for 7. Yeah, first of 3 matches here in Portugal. This is match 28 of Division 2. And we're excited to bring you as part of our ECN coverage. Gamblers taking on, whereas second 11 in this one. Later on, we'll see Brothers 11 Portugal taking on LSG2. So that's Lisbon Supergiants second 11. And then we'll finish the day with Lisbon Spartans versus Lisbon Kings 11. Right now, we could have a run out here, and we will have a run out. Just a lot of hesitation there. Balkrishna, he wanted the 30, wanted the strike, but it was kind of a stop-go. Wasn't sure if Varandik was going to come. And in the end, it's good work from the keeper to scoop this up and get the bails off pretty quickly. And Jit was probably a step and a half short. It'll be 2 and run out. Gamblers 143 for 8. Let's check it out. You'll be able to see the running here. He squeezes it out. Straight away, he's thinking, right, how many can we get here? There's 2. And it's this third one. He puts the stop sign up, and that stop sign just slowed Jit down for a second. I don't know if he would have made it anyway, to be honest. The throw was already coming in. So, yeah, I think just trying to pinch the strike got a bit too ambitious there. And it was Pintu Patel that was able to get the ball eventually into Sukhkingra, the keeper, and was able to get the bails off with Jitesh Kumar Krishna just short of the line. So 143 for 8. New batter is Lovejeet Singh. Big swing and a miss. Tapped away. Lovejeet will be off the mark. There's the big chase. Bit of a Footfield keeps it in play. Yeah. Interesting, Kruk Patel bring himself on for this over. I thought maybe the plan was for Winter to bowl 19 and Kruk to bowl 20, but he brings himself on the 18th. He's going to have to find a bowler to bowl the 20th. He'll be hoping maybe they can get these 2 wickets and not have to worry about it. And they're going to go for 2 here. Throw might have been interesting, but it wasn't a particularly good throw. Kruk just trying to get the field right in collaboration with his captain, Shan Malik. Huge swing and a miss. No, they're not going to die wondering, these two. I know there's only 2 wickets to play with, but they're still going for broke. Yeah, Irfan's still got an over as well. So I suppose Kruk will be thinking, there's a couple of overs there that we should be able to handle. Right now, it'll be handled at short third as it'll be Pinto that takes the catch. Lovejet again, swinging for the fences. It'll be a 4th wicket for Kruk Patel. Outside edge, and well, Kruk, he's thrilled about it, as you can tell. It's been a pretty good week for Portugal in world sport. Kruk's doing his bit. So he's not going to finish with a 5 because that's the end of his spell, but he'll finish with a very, very useful 4 for 19. And Gamblers down to their last man with the score 147 for 9. Last man coming out, Jay Vaishnav. It'll be the end of the over. What are they going for here? I would have thought you'd bring either Irfan or Winter onto bowl now. Well, you stick with Shan Malik. Okay, he's probably feeling I'm going well, so I'm not just a kind of make up and over kind of bowler. He is the 7th bowler, Shan Malik, but he's saying, well, got the main man out, so should be able to handle this. Fair enough. It's a classic case of might have had some plans with the bowlers, and in the end, just winging it. Here's Shan. Not a bad shot by Varandeep. He's involved in that run out earlier. A little bit worried about a run out and ending the innings, so they'll settle for 1. And we're going to look at the number 11, Jay Vaishnav. Not a player I've called before. Well, now they think about the run, they'll get it as it just creeps out of the grasp of Suk Kingra. Got him. That'll be it. So Gamblers all out 149. The wickets fell at the beginning and the end of the innings. There was a big partnership in the middle between Ranjit Narayan and Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna that really makes this competitive. Apart from that, really not much to write home about. A partnership of 69 for the 7th wicket. But really, all other partnerships combined were only worth 80. For the other 9 wickets. Just shows you how it went in the end. Shan Malik, well, he was the right man to finish things off. Keeps it simple. A big swing and a miss from Varandeep. Results in him getting bowled and Gamblers all out 149. Ranjit Narayan with 60 off 48, 5 4s, 2 6s in his innings. He really batted well and came in a tough situation, ramped it up towards the end before he was bowled by Shan Malik. Just Kumar Balkrishna had an important role as well. 24 of 18 before he ran himself out trying to steal the strike back late in the innings. Bowling-wise, well, Krip Patel, 4 overs, 4 for 19, an absolute star. Winter with 2 wickets for 26 after a slightly all-over-the-place start. It came back well. Pintu Patel with 1 wicket. And Shan Malik chipping in with the last couple. Also think Irfan Muhammad bowled particularly well. Didn't take a wicket, but took none for 12 of his 3 overs. Gamblers leaving 9 balls on the table in their innings, but I suppose given the fact that they were 39 for 5, I'll be somewhat relieved to at least have a defendable score on the board. In fact, it's only 7 below a pass score if you go on the numbers this season. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time, or else we'll be chasing 150 for victory here in match 28 of Div 2. Any sound you hear, Mr. Maximo? You're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly live on ECN. We'll see you shortly for the second innings.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second game between Awareness Second 11 and Gamblers SC. It's the Portuguese Liga Grizzly Division 2. And it's match number 28 of the season. Whereas they're 2-1, 3 play 5. You can see them down there. Gamblers, well, they're a bit higher on the maximum rate and on the ladder. Gamblers with a 3-1 record in their 4 games. But a real good night, I think, for Awareness to chase 150 for victory and pull off a bit of an upset. Gamblers all out moments ago for 149. And it was a big early assault, really. Gamblers kind of cruising at 24 for none, but then lost 5 wickets for just 15 runs. So, almost ready to get going. Welcome back to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Always excited to bring you cricket from the SCG. $150. They know what they need to do. 7.5 and over. It's going to be Varandeep Singh to open up for Gamblers SC. They do have an ECN trophy in their clubhouse. Yeah, really following all the games with interest, as I'm sure a lot of our ECN fans are as well. Lights, camera, action. Shan Malik's face up. 150 to win for Awareness. First one shapes nicely from Varandeep, left alone outside the off stump. Again, good areas from Varandeep Singh. Super important they make a good start here. Gamblers got the slip in place. Obviously, you can see a little bit of the away movement in his action. Over in Bulgaria, they were in such good position. There were wickets in consecutive balls, but the Nađenović and Matijević partnership has seen them to 102 for 3, and there's 78% chance of pulling off the chase now, Serbia. Over in Czechia, the host, 55% chance to pull an upset. Remember, they never had won a game until yesterday. Team Czechia in T20 AWs. Could they make it 2 in a row? Turn up for the books. It's Norway this morning. Wow, nice up and under job from Sean Malik. And it's going to be gone well. He came from nowhere. What a fantastic catch. And Gamblers up and about. Farandip gets a reward for a spirited opening. And the first wicket falls. It's none for one. Wow, what a catch. I mean, to be honest, it was slicing away from that fielder. But he did a great job just kind of going hard to his left. He catches up with it. Caught Singh, bowled Singh. And it's none for one. Here comes Kruk Patel. Worst possible start for Whereas Twos and best possible for Gamblers. Yeah, it was a really, really good catch in the outfield. Remember, there's only 2 outfielders in play. And he made good ground. Yeah, Gurpreet Singh taking that catch beautifully. Running hard. And here's Kruk. Place this first one out. Yeah, it's nice to see Kruk with a bit more of a role with the bat. We've seen him playing for the top team. Plays these days a bit more as a bowler. Can whack the ball around, though. Of course, I've seen him keeping at times. Got to be versatile in European cricket. Muscles this one back down the ground. Off the front foot, it's Kruk Patel. Get a look at Always Carlo. End of the first over. 1 for 1. A good over from Varandeep Singh. Welcome back to all of our viewers. I know a lot of you are hopping between many screens today. Good to have you with us. Chris Smith is always following the Australian football as well, keeping me up to date. I caught it a couple of weeks ago when I was back visiting. So, Vikas gets the second over. Starts with a dot outside the off stump. Kruk, again, very strong on the drive. Picks out the long off, just a single. Wickets falling in Bulgaria. So it's definitely given the Bulgarians a bit more of a chance. Ersegovic has come to the crease. Ersegovic will have a big job to try and get her team over the line. Serbia have never lost to Bulgaria. In fact, no one's ever lost to Bulgaria. Oh, nip backer from Vikas that time. We're starting to be too conservative on the start here. Suddenly they're chasing 9 or 10 and over. It's not going to be easy. Carlo pushes, gets off the mark. They hustle through. Very quiet opening here for ORS2s. Crute seems to have plenty of time out there. Seems to be striking the ball nicely, but not much to show for it too so far. Ficus with a pretty quiet over, just 2 off that one. And Awaris are 3 for 1 after 2. Six over power play, of course, in T20 cricket. Done a lot of T20 cricket lately. Seem to have done more than that than the T10, which I'm more used to doing. No, it's just happy to call any European cricket. I think it's such an exciting realm to be part of at this particular time. Here's Varandy. Not well on the first over. Carlo plays it out. Gamblers with a win would go 4 and 1. 4 and 1 looks a lot better than 3 and 2. Cracked away by Krut Patel. Didn't be able to find the boundary yet, Awaris. That one squeezes through everyone. Not quite sure how it got through, but it did. It runs away almost to the boundary. They're getting through everyone. Carlo works that one nicely off his pads. Just need to get a bit of a partnership going. I like the opening spell to Varandy. Just hasn't really bowled any bad balls. That one hits Krut, which probably isn't surprising given the... In fact, he takes up a fair bit of the square when he's out there. Anyway, that'll be the end of the third over. And Awaris, a 9 for 1. Vikas to continue. Keeper up. Mandeep doing the job. Does glove this one, but it's a little bit too wide. Got a couple of keeping options. They've decided to go for Mandeep Saini behind the stumps Gamblers SC. Crute clips away. That one once again finds the outfielder. I'll have to settle for a single. So already that required rate's crept up from 7.5. It's up in the 8s now. Hello, just not quite getting any momentum through his innings so far. Finding a bit tough getting off strike. 3 off 8. This is the time you really want to be targeting the outfield. And this one is headed that way, but it's up in the air. Just creeps over the outfielder. The infielder, I should say. You can just see the pressure building on the Awaris opener. Crute wants a piece of it, doesn't quite get it. It's up in the air, should be gone. And that will be the end of Crute Patel. Again, probably just sucked in with the power play on. He wanted to go up and over the top. He didn't quite get it. It's more up than it is towards the boundary. You can see one hand came off the bat. The timing wasn't there. And a pretty solid catch, though, in those circumstances. It's Vaishnav, the man, that holds on to it. And so Crute Patel has to depart for 5. And Awaris in early trouble, 12 for 2. So, yeah, Crute will be disappointed. Bowled really well, took the 4 wickets, but only 5 runs with the bat. Just one false shot is his undoing. New batter coming out there. He's the keeper, Suk Kingra for Awaris. Around the grounds, Serbia needing 21 off 17 against Bulgaria to spoil the Bulgarian party. And Czechia have made 150 for 4 after 20 overs. Very similar score to this game. So Norway will need 151. That's a pretty challenging target. I think it's aboves over there in the CE Cup. Kingra pushes off the back foot first up. Slip in place for Vikas. Searching for a 3rd wicket. I mentioned earlier, if you go on the stats, if you lose 3 or 4 wickets in a power play, your chances of winning the game go down dramatically. But quite often in European cricket, we see it happen to both teams. So that's why I think that you do win more than probably the world average or the professional cricket average. End of the over here, 14 for 2 after 4. Let's see who stands up with the bat for Awaris, if anyone. The Gamblers so far have been applying the pressure. Always knew they could get to a competitive score. They had a good bowling attack. Here's Mark Darji. we've seen at the ECL before. Is Varandeep getting a third over? Good outswinger. It's a bit too full. Turns out as a low full toss. Tight one. Hits the stumps, but he's safely home, and they'll come back for an overthrow. Good piece of fielding. No justice. It's actually a bit tighter than you thought. He doesn't really slide the bat. Have a look at it. Good pickup was to the left-handers. Correct side. Darji, the captain, throws down the stumps, but the result's going to be 2 runs. Have a look at it. You be the judge. Was that foot down or not? Was that bat in or not? It was tight. I knew it was tight at the time. Umpires, of course, having to make their own decisions. No real help from the technology. Down the leg side. It'll just be a wide. Like what I've seen from Varandeep so far. Oh, it goes upstairs now. Just kind of keeping the batter honest. Kingra couldn't catch up with it. This one doesn't swing and worked around the corner. Kingra can't get a run though. That's where it's going at the moment. It's on the pad, half a shout, but I think it's going down the leg side. Didn't really straighten enough. Great stuff by Lucky, who's pushing the buttons today. He's over there with Butchie, and we've got Conrad on the camera. Family affair. End of the over, 18 for 2. What if they bowled him out? Be tempted to. I think you're trying to push that rate up as much as you can. Obviously, he looks a wicket threat, doesn't he? Varandeep Singh. Last over the power play coming up. I don't think we're worrying too much about that. Vikas gets a third. Beats the bat this time, Carlo. Like I said, finding it a bit hard to get going here. This time he hits. He wants the single. Get there just. I suppose he made the decision straight away to go. And that's what saved him here. Always Carlo. Monday calling for it at the stumps. It is pretty straight in the air. Just took off there. He's a bit worried about getting caught. And lucky he doesn't get run out there, Kingra. Really wait to see what his partner was doing. He's trying to make something out of nothing here. It's all about choices, isn't it? Getting down to the last over in Bulgaria, by the way. Better shot this time. You can just see that rate creeping up to 9 and the 9s now. Hit well to the leg side this time. Oh, not great fielding at all. That'll cost him 4. And that's Jay Vaishnav, who took a good catch earlier, but he tries the stomp method here. And it's just not the way to do it. Got to get down to this bit of a bottom-handed drag, but yeah, has a nibble at it. And well, fortunately for Werris, and specifically for Kingra, he picks up the boundary, and you wouldn't believe it. That's their first boundary of this innings. And it comes off the last ball of the power play, so brilliant power play for Gamblers SC. Not so much for Werris. 23 for 2 after 6. Around the grounds. They need 9 off 8 in Bulgaria. Serbia need 9 off 8. Make that 9 off 7 to win. Bearing in mind that Bulgaria have never won a game. Serbia have never lost to Bulgaria. That's in 7 matches played. Keeping an eye on that. So they need 9 off the last over now. That's going to be a thriller over there in Czechia. Again, Czechia had never won a game until yesterday when they were able to get a win against Luxembourg. And they're pretty well placed against Norway in match 3 of that CE Cup. Czechia posting 150, batting first. Okay, we do have a change now with Lovchitsin coming on at the clubhouse end. Lovechit, I want to keep up the pressure. Varandik did bowl very well from this end. Hit well by Carlo. It's more like it. Tests the fielder, gets away. That's 4. Now, you never know where the Tortuga is going to come from. And that's a really handy one. Really handy one for Werris. Try and get them going. Really good comeback this time from Lovechit. I like the areas. Varandik was very good from this end first up, and Lovechit continuing on. Well, a little bit short, and he goes after it, gets an edge. That's going to fly away. Thinking of two, they'll get it definitely now on the fumble. Worked away in front of square. Meanwhile, Bulgaria looked like they might just going to sneak home for their first ever win in their 21st attempt. Into the 7th over here, though, in Portugal, and it's 30 for 2. So they do make a change now at that top end. That's Ranjit Narayan, batted really well in the first half. He's going to come and have a bowl against his old side. Ranjit has just come in medium pace. I can confirm now, Bulgaria, unless they concede 8 off the last ball, they will win their first ever T20 OW. Oh, he's gone. Caught him right in front. And always doesn't like it. But he did get a long way across there. Maybe thinks he got a little bit of an inside edge. But the umpire had no hesitation. Let's have a look at it. Just nips back a little bit. Of course, we're not going to be able to tell if there's any bat in it or not. Always seems shocked by the outcome. But it will be the 3rd wicket to fall. Always Carlo. LBW for 15. And the score 30 for 3. George Massey, the new batter. Massey starts with a single. Really, whereas they need a bit of a spark, don't they? Only one boundary, or 2 boundaries, I should say now, in the first basically 8 overs. Pulled away, and that will get away. 1 bounce 4, I think. Kingra breaks the shackles. Need more of that. Just need a partnership here. They're not out of it by any means. Whereas just a fraction short. Ryan's pace, you can't afford to be too short. And the result, 4 runs. Not an easy ball find either. Yeah, so Bulgaria have held on to win by 7 runs, their first ever T20 IW win in their 21st match. And Czechia, well, they're hoping to make it 2 out of 2. They're defending 150. Norway 5 without loss after the first over of the response at Vinoš Cricket Ground in Czechia. So, yeah, plenty going on. Ranjit gets the ball back and is ready to bowl the last ball of the 8th over. Throw comes whistling in, but they will get the single. End of the 8th over. It's 36 for 3. Back to Loveji at this bottom end. Pulled away nicely by Kingra. Had to beat the fielder. Slightly slower side of the ground, but it still runs away for 4. So nice shot. Where it's just starting to build something, aren't they? Kingra's been key. Nicely swiveled on that. Wow, that one really took off the shoulder of the bat. Probably lucky to get away with that. Really took off. Got away with it, I suppose, in the end. Could have gone anywhere. This one bounces a bit more predictably and punched away nicely. Just a single, though. Just to feel there's the beginnings of a partnership. Mashi, I know, has only faced the 1 ball. You just feel like the innings is settling a little bit. Issue is 9.5 and over required from here on in. Steps across. Probably doesn't get a wide here. Would have been if he'd stayed still. Nail back down the ground by Mashi. Long on, long off, pretty straight. Probably would have got 2 if they'd come, but they didn't want to risk it at this stage. You can understand that. I think you just got to be pretty busy at this stage. You don't want that rate creeping out 10 plus. Bit high. In fact, almost goes back on his stumps there. Just Kingra. But that'll be the end of the 9th over. And Awaris 42 2 for 3. 9.8 and over required from here on in. Won't be easy. So Ranjit comes back and asks the question there, but might have just flicked the pad on the way through or nothing. Ten and over required. There we go. Got him. Oh, well, Mashi went for the Maximo, but unfortunately comes up with fresh air from his point of view. Ranjit likes it. He's having a great game. Pretty simple, fairly full, fairly straight. Mashi tries to mash it across the line. And Timber's destroyed, and Awareness have lost a 4th wicket now. It's 42 for 4. You can look at that, the bat angle here. It's coming a long way from kind of off to leg with the bat playing. New batter coming out there is Josh Winter. Both teams losing too many wickets early. It's pretty wide, but might have just snuck in. Kingra. 16 off 16. He's the set batter now. There's a lot to do. They're going to need 100 plus in the second half of this innings. Digs that in, doesn't he, Ranjit, that time? That'll be the end of the 10th over. So, like I said, plenty to do for Whereas in the second half. 10 overs down, 43-4. We'll take a break. The players will have a drink back in a few moments with the second half of this game. Whereas needing 107 for 60 to pull off the chase. I'm Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. You're watching ECN. Back shortly. So almost ready to get going here in the second half of this innings. Needs to be a big half as well for Oeras. Lost 4 wickets for 43 in their first 10 overs. So all to do. Might as well have a tip at this. It's amazing. Sometimes, you can be conservative so long that when you want it, you kind of got to go from first gear to fifth gear. That's kind of what it feels like now. You go, okay, right, we need 11 and over. Geez, where to go? So, Kingra, don't take the bull by the horns. Facing Lovejet. Beats him outside the off stump. Not really happening for Warris. Remember, this is their second 11, so they're running into the Gamblers' first string team. Team that's been to the IPL. Not the IPL, sorry, the ECL. Same thing. Never had the ball there. So I'll get away with that single. Need every run they can at the moment, or us. And now, well, unbelievable stuff, really. Check this out on the replay. Goes to the deep, goes to the mid wicket in the circle. Comes in. He's just got ball watching. Can't believe my eyes, really. Checking how the stumps go down. Again, just missed it there at the crucial moment, didn't we? But I think we're pretty sure that the bowler was kind of central to that. Throw came in, fired in. So it'll be a run out. Kingra out for 16. And Josh Winters kind of left holding the baby. 44 for 5. Winter seems to hit the ball nicely. He's got a little bit of a tick that he tends to back away. He just finds his body weight going towards the leg stump. Something to watch out for. Yeah, I don't know how that was given out, to be honest. That run out. I thought I was seeing things for a second. But yeah, I think despite the best protests, he was given. That's why I was a little bit confused. So he's going from bad to worse for Awaris. 46 for 5 and long way back here. Into the 11th over then, and Awaris, 47 for 5. Ranjit comes on again. Oh, it's very tight single. I'll get away with it in the end. Another appeal. This time I'm sure the ball did hit the stumps. They're talking about maybe trying to another run. What's going on out there? Let's have a look at it. Comes in. He's definitely in, isn't he? Looks in, unless that bat plugged just before the line, but and they take the overthrow. It's smart stuff, really. No stumps there anymore. Makes it hard. Saying, hey, pick the stumps up. He's saying, hey, but they're down there. He's saying, yeah, pick them up. Yeah, this wouldn't be out anyway. You've got to pick the stumps up before you can knock them over again. Anyway, 50 comes up now. This one gets away from the fielder momentarily. They'll come back for a couple. Ranjit into his third over now, 2 for 11. Player of the match by some distance so far. Winter opens up, hits this one to mid-wicket. Rate's crept out now, about 2 ball required. Up in the air and gone. You're fun. I suppose trying to keep things moving along. He's new to the crease, but he'll become the 6th wicket. And Gambler's really running away with this now. 6 wicket falls, 54 for 6. And Awaris, despite such a bright start to this game, I think they're ending with a bit of a whimper. Gamblers heavy favourites. You can see why. They just found a way out of a sticky situation. Also, at the end of the 12th over, Narayan, 3 wickets. I think you'd probably give him the 4th over as well. 3 for 14 off his 3. And after 12 overs, it's 54 for 6. Mayank Darji, the captain, to come on. Nice shot by Winter. Slight fumble, they think of the second, but they settle for 1. New batter out there. Here's Anthony Mark. He'll face up for the first time. Beats him outside the off stump. Bit of hiding to nothing now, really. Need a partnership, you're 6 down. I suppose you're just trying to win some battles and try and make a good score for yourself here. And if it gets you close in the game or gives you a fighting chance, you never know. 7.5 overs is a long time in cricket. Darji, very experienced. Good location with that delivery, but squeezed out to mid-wicket for a couple. Winter, the way he sets up does open up that mid-wicket region. Gets a good look at the ball. Like I said, he's got a good eye. So my only concern with him is occasionally when balls may have been heading down the leg side, he's getting his legs in the way of those balls. So just has to kind of also know, have the ability to pull those legs inside the ball when the ball's going down leg and he doesn't want to hit it, rather than play a kind of a nothing shot, get wrapped on the pads well outside leg stump. He's batting pretty well here. He's moved to 18. End of the over then after 13. We're at 62 for 6. No surprises, Ranjit gets his final over, bowling out. Mark gets this one through the field. 3 fielders chase. Mark will help himself to a couple. But like I said, it's not going to be an easy run home. Not a bad looking shot. Bit aerial, but that's the way it goes. This one almost LBW if you missed it. It would have been LBW if you missed it, but it's good enough to get bat on it. And they run hard for 2. Good work again by Mark. Big swing and a miss that time. Some of the top bowlers. Sunil Kumar Patel for this competition, albeit in Division 1 for the Capitals, leads that list. Leg spinner rolled out this time by Ranjit. The second time we've seen the 66 for 6 in this game is a sign that batters haven't had a very good day. Winter wants a piece of him, goes down the ground, up in the air, dropping into no man's land. Get 2, not an easy backup, but well done to prevent any further runs. Ranjit trying to equal the feat of Krup Patel in the first half, who was able to secure a 4-wicket haul. Ranjit, when you add in his 50, I think he is the player of the match. No matter what happens from here, really. That's what I'm talking about. Look at the way he kind of moonwalks back to the leg stump. Just like to see him hold his position a little bit rather than have that little jump back. I just think he'll be in a better position to hit more balls well. End of the 14th over. And it's 69 for 6. Of course, Josh Winter, son of Mr. Evergreen, Andrew Winter, who I know is one of the one of the officials in the embassy today, making sure that everything's running smoothly. I'm sure he's very proud of his son Josh. He bowled very well. Like I said, he's got a lot going for him as a cricketer. Tough situation to bat, but he's made it to 20. Mark Dargy to continue. Mark almost ramps into his face. Glad he didn't. Now they'll get 2. So it's just a little nothing shot for 2, and Dargy's not too happy about it. So they've got the runs to play with, don't they? Driven this time, and another throw comes in and cracks Dargy in the foot. Oh, he's not going to be happy. He will not be happy. Jeez, it's great chaos out there. If he wasn't happy with the previous throw to him, then he would be filthy with this. It's a shy at the stumps. Bang. Like a cat in a hot tin roof, Dargy. Luckily, he can still walk. Really kind of playing out the overs now. How's that feeling? I guess it's very different. T10 cricket, you say 14 and over. Yeah, no problem. We'll do it. Even with 6 wickets out. It's a bit wide. Nice take from Mandeep Lowdown. But yeah, bigger boundaries. Such a game changer. You won't get those large runs of boundaries. Dargy misses the mark this time, really. But the other mark, only able to put it away for a single. Squeezed for Yorker length. And again, just a single. Mark goes after this one. All right. Again, won't be more than one. That'll take us to the end of the 15th over, and we're at walking sticks. 77 for 6. Five overs to go then. Rates crept out of control. I don't see too many hatless batters these days. That's what Mark's doing here. Let's just hope he doesn't wear one. Vaishnav gets the ball. Took a good catch earlier. This goes round the wicket to Winter. Poked into the offside just for one. That's what I'm talking about with Winter. If he's able to hold his kind of body weight a little bit more, he'll probably get a bit more on those offside shots. Running hard here. Oh, geez, that could be out. That was really close, in fact. Yeah. Let's check it out in the replay, but I just had a feeling that Winter's gone here. Don't think it's been given out, otherwise he'd already be walking. You can see the umpire here I don't really think the square leg umpire can do too much about this, but I just had a feeling my spider senses were up. It's been given 3 for now. Thumbs up from Winter. He's feeling all right. I think, yeah, I mean, you've got to make a call in real time. My call in real time from miles away, many miles, because he was just short of this crease. But again, we won't get a really good look at it. I wonder what the conference is here, because the square leg umpire, I don't think he can rule. Yeah, he says not out. You can't really get the square leg umpire involved in that conversation. I'm not sure if I've got to replay this one, but if you're 3 meters away, you make the call. Unless you've fallen over or something you're really not watching. Vaishnav's got an interesting release. It's kind of a leg cutter release. Ball holds up a little bit. Placed away by Anthony Mark. And he will get a single here back to Winter. Nice little partnership between these two. Like I said, at this stage, you're not going to win the game. Just got to try and play for pride and play for individual performances, really. It helps your team in turn. Winter works to the leg side for a single. And that will take us to the end of the over. Pretty solid one from Vaishnav. Had a 3 in it and 4 singles. So that's 7 off the over. And Awaris 84 for 6 after 16 overs. Looks like Gurpreet Singh shaping up to bowl over number 17. Like I said, triple treat on ECN today. Pretty well bowled. First up, gets it full. Mark backs away a touch. Good running, though. I like the way these two have run between the wickets. Just the boundaries have been pretty tough to come by, haven't they? Neither of these two finding the boundary so far, despite having 42 runs between them. You're not going to get 16 and over or 17 and over now without any boundaries. That's finally going to find the boundary. Yep, we called it. We wanted a boundary. And finally it's come. Mark gives it the old heave-ho. Ball tries to follow him a little bit. But he was able to get his hands through in front of his body and away to the leg side for 4. Now the next one could be trouble. It's just out of the grasp of the bowler, though. Winter. One of those back away kind of cuts. Well bowled, falling straight, keeping it pretty simple. End of the 17th over then. And the score is 60 for 2. There's Crute pacing around. The Swans 10. I'll be disappointed, I suppose. I feel that a real opportunity. It was that 7th wicket partnership, I think, is probably the difference between the two teams. Whereas have never been able to put together that kind of partnership. Okay, no, these two have put on a few. Been there a while now. Put on, what's that? 39. But it's just completely different feeling in the game. Little pop up, almost gets caught, but doesn't. Yeah, so I just think it's the one that got away, really. I think you got to hand it to Ranjit Narayan, batted really well. Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna played a good support role in the first innings. This one gets through. Again, only two not quite finding the boundary. Picked up nicely, a lot of bottom hand there from Winter. Sends it over mid-wicket. Nice shot. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo. Well, that's one that his dad would be proud of, and I'm sure Josh would be just as proud. I said he does. The way he does open up his front side makes it quite easy to access that part of the ground. It brings up the 100 as well for Awaras. Oh, dare to dream. 102 for 648 required, or 14. It's a really nice shot. And the first Maximo of the second innings. We haven't had a lot of them. We had only 2 in the first half of this match. Back to the drawing board for Vaishnav. Will they try and find that ball? Nice bit of bowling from Vaishnav. Good comeback. Nice take from Mandeep behind the stumps as well. Winter Gets a piece of this. Again, should get 2. They've run very well, we'll say that. Just haven't had enough of those boundary balls or else in this innings. Like I said, this, whatever they're going to make, let's call it, 120. Yeah, there was a fair chance that might have been enough if they'd been able to restrict gamblers in the first half of this game, but just let him get away and to what ultimately would be a winning score. End of the 18th over, Awaris, 104 for 6. Gurpreet to bowl over number 19. An in-swinger from Gurpreet, played by Mark. What a second here. It's a bit of a dodgy one, but they'll get there. It's good heads-up play. And 2 to the total. Mark up to 26 now. Mark gaining in confidence every ball. Comes for 2 here. Once again, they'll get it. Like I said, the running's been a feature of this partnership. Just needed this push a little bit earlier, didn't they, before that rate got out of control. Winter, I suppose, outside chance of a 50 here, with an over and a half to go. It's just quite crisply out to mid-wicket. That's a bit of a task for the fielder. I'll come through, trot through for an easy 2. Well, he wants to get a bit funky now and actually deets the keeper. He has made no contact on it, but we've got buys. We've now got no keeper left. Let's just say Mandeep didn't enjoy that. It's called leg buys. I don't know how. Hold on. Actually, buys. There you go. Good on you, Bucks. Bucks is such a lovable figure. What part of the leg extends from the end of the bat? I don't know. But Mandeep's copped that at the end of the finger. I can tell you that's no fun. I have been in that position many times before. And I love that he took off both gloves as if to illustrate that really hurt. I think it'll be okay to keep going. Pretty tough breed keepers. Back to the action. A little edge, that'll fly away. And with third up in the circle, that'll run away to the boundary. Winters into the 40s. It's a be a nice moment for him if he could bring up the 50. He's probably running out of time, but this helps. He packs away. It kind of worked to his advantage that time, his little technique of skipping to leg. So, just checking if that's if there's a there's one ball to go. Thought so. We had the no ball with the 2 off it, then we had the 2 buys, and the boundary. So yeah, Mandeep can go to the other, and he says, "I don't want to. I was just at that end." And he said, "Okay, I get it now. I still got 1 ball to go." Around the ground. It's always 67 for 3 after 11. Check out 88% to go back to back after losing 19 games in a row to win 2 games in a row in that CE Cup. And obviously, they've never won it because they've never even won a game before, let alone the whole series. And at 2-0, they'd be favourites then. Norway be disappointed. Norway actually were here in Portugal last year. The women's side playing the Portuguese women's side. Is the last ball of the 19th over. And it's hit out to the offside. Winter. We'll get 1. I think he's happy with that. He'll be 43. Make that 44. More than he bargained for. That's the 3rd, but he won't get it. That's the end of the 19th over. For reals this time. And it's 120 for 6. Okay, last overtime. Just a reminder, the next game starting on the hour in Europe, which is around about 43 minutes away. As this is Varandeep coming back on, high in the air, but falling safely. I wonder if Winter knew he was on 44, if he'd be so keen to come back for a couple. But he's batting well as a team member here. Mark himself has moved into the 30s now, so it's been a nice partnership between these two. Just the game was kind of gone by the time they came to the crease. Oh, he's bowled him. He's chopped on. He actually hit it into his body, and then it's gone back onto the stumps. But anyway, nice moment between the 2 batters there. They celebrate their partnership, which ended up being worth 68. So a strange kind of game. 2 huge 7th-wicket partnerships. Not something you generally, try and say that right, generally associate with T20 cricket. I think he's hit it under his foot. It's come back onto the stumps. Josh Winter says, look, well done, mate. We put in our shift. We've brought a bit of respectability to the scoreline. Like I said, this 122 or 120 something might have been enough when in the first innings they had Gamblers 39 for 5, then 65 for 6. So, new batter comes out there, Ranjit Singh. Ranjit Singh to bowl to him. We'll see if Ranjit can get the single and maybe give Josh a shot at his 50. Well, he won't hit it, but he will get a single. Wait for the signal. No, maybe a little bit of bat on that. A little bit of bat. So, Ranjit will tell you he planned it like that all along. But Winter, let's see, he needs 6 off 3 for his 50. And obviously he wants to face all of those 3. So he'll be looking for a 2 if he hits it to the outfield. swing and a miss, and it was good. Yeah, again, just because how he sets up, it's not so easy for him to hit that ball. I think if he looks back, he'll see it probably just snuck inside the line. Maybe got a bit of the line, but it's mostly inside. So we'll probably need a 4 and a 2 here now. Of course, he'd love to hit a 6. Winter on 44. You're running hard here. It doesn't get much response out of Ranjit. Probably said, well, I've waited a while to bat. And so I'm happy to take strikes. So that kind of ends that. Last ball coming up then. Or not. 40 minutes away from the next game. And that one, we'll see Brothers 11 Portugal taking on Lisbon Super Giants 2s. Stay tuned. Toss coming shortly, probably in about 10 minutes' time. Here's the last ball of match 28. Manjit goes for glory, gets a piece of it, and just squirts away harmlessly. Only a single. So, yeah, interesting game in the end. 24 runs the margin, whereas finish 125 for 7. Gamblers just finding a way to 149 despite their issues in the first innings. That big 7th wicket partnership set that up. And whereas they had troubles of their own in that second innings, they fell to 44 for 5, then 54 for 6 before they had a big 7th wicket partnership of their own. Josh Winter top scores with 45 not out of 32. Had some help from Anthony Mark, 31 of 26, but the damage was done, wasn't it? With the top scorer in the first and top 5 batters only being 16. And what's worse, they weren't able to go anywhere near a run a ball pace for any of those top 5. So it just didn't happen. And in the end, whereas fall well short. Respectable game, I suppose, but they'll feel that they were in a winning position at one point in the first innings before Ranjit and Jit Balkrishna took the game away. Bowling-wise, well, Ranjit Narayan, he continued his good form. Half century in the first innings, followed up as the best of the bowlers, 3 for 21 off his 4 overs. Varandeep Singh, I was impressed with his efforts as well. Bowled his 4 overs, 2 for 14. Vikas also picked up a wicket, did a good job early, took 1 for 12 off 3. We'll take a break then. We're back in about 38 minutes with the second game of the day, Brothers 11 Portugal to take on LSG 2s. This is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Max Snow, on behalf of ECN. Hope you're enjoying our triple treat here on a Super Saturday in Europe. Hot one as well. We'll take a break. And the other side of it, I'll be back with more Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 2 action here live on ECN.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back, folks, as we get ready for the second match of the day. It's match number 29 of this Portugal Liga Grizzly. If you've just tuned in earlier, it was gamblers that were able to get over Awaris 2s by 24 runs, 149 to 125 in that contest. And now we're going to see Brothers 11 Portugal taking on Lisbon Supergiants, second 11, so LSG 2s. Some news from the toss. Lisbon Supergiants have won the toss and elected to field, so Brothers 11 Portugal will be opening up with the bat, looking at their side, led by Amarjit Singh. Team we do know because they have played in European Cricket Series before, Brothers. Some players to watch out for. Dilbag Singh, nice to see him in the side. Parminder Jeet is a guy who has had some success at ECS level. And Pardeep Nanglu behind the stumps is quite a character. LSG, well, they're not helped by the fact that, being the second team, sometimes it can be tough for them to get the full complement on the park. And in this game, they will be fielding with 9 players. It's, Brothers in their orange strips, getting ready to get going. LSG, that's Hardik Kumar Patel, who's behind the stumps for them. But yeah, it's gonna be a tough task. Put it that way. I just got the feeling. You look at, I'll go through the records in a moment, but Lisbon Supergiants have found it pretty tough going so far in the season, which you can understand as well. It's been they are a second team. It's fantastic for a club that they're able to field a second team. Not many clubs can do that, but it has been a tough task so far. And yeah, they'll be doing their best at least to keep it competitive. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you in Portugal for this telecast. What a 3 that we've got on today. So there's a lot happening in ECN cricket today, but we're thrilled to be able to bring you 3 different games and 3 different types of games as well. In case you missed it, Czechia on a roll after 19 consecutive losses in T20 IW cricket. They have won the last 2. In fact, they're 2-0 in the CE Cup. Bulgaria also making some history this morning by beating Serbia. And so that best of 4 is locked at 1 game apiece between Bulgaria and Serbia. So some pretty interesting results. Some reward for teams that have done it the hard way so far. But yeah, fielding with 9, not going to be easy. Conditions in Portugal, not too bad. Mid-20s. I think a lot more reasonable than the rest of Europe. Anyway, here we go. Shani Patel getting us going. And it is the imposing figure of Pardeep Nanglu opening up with Harjot Sahota. Now, Harjot's a pretty good player as well. I mean, Brothers 11 Portugal, I think they are a team that aspire to be in the top flight, and they've got some players that you would say are very capable of succeeding at that level. But first things first, Sahota, experienced campaigner, faced up for the first time. He launches one. Yeah, he goes for it and then kind of gets on his skates a little bit. Is always going for 4. And so the first boundary of the contest. And pretty confident looking shot to play first ball, isn't it? Like I said, this could be a bit brutal if there's no early breakthroughs for LSG2. LSG2 sounds a bit like an additive. Uh-oh, trouble. It's going to be a no ball. And it's getting banned away for 4. So Shani losing their handle. And trouble at the old mill early on. Free hit to Calms, about shoulder high. So I feel a bit special because for all the cricket we've got going on at the moment, right now, I'm the only live game. So hello if you're tuning in for the first time today. Know that Bulgaria will get underway in about 15 more minutes. And then Czechia half an hour after that. And then, don't worry, even if you go wander into the internationals, you can find me right here. Because we have this game and then another game starting in around about 4 hours' time between the Spartans and the Kings 11. Two Lisbon teams to round out the day. That starts at 5 p.m. Central Europe time, 4 p.m. in Portugal. Free hit. Doesn't get all of it, so he thinks he has to run. Well, he does. Well, to be honest, that should be 4. He stepped over the line. But hear no evil, see no evil. Tell me if I'm crazy when he picks this up. Watch out. You don't have to go that slow. You'll see it. Well, I'm no umpire, but that's 4. To be honest, probably should have put his hand up. Probably will be given 4 now, I think. It's a very clear replay. Lucky doing a great job pressing the buttons. Obviously, he's got low sensitivity in his lower foot, Vishal Kumar Patel. And yeah, has been given 4 runs. Yeah, sensible, really. I mean, you've seen it clearly. It's not one that's up for debate. We could be looking at a big score here with only 9 fielders. Got a feel for LSG too. I mean, Buck's giving a Simon Says of exactly what's happened there. And he's saying, yeah, that's 4. Look, we looked at it and he stepped on the line and probably should have known. Hello to Paolo Campini. Hello to anyone who's just tuned in as well. Hello to Chris Smith. Hello to Johnny Heesum. Wow, an edge. I'd say it's very quick, but quick enough. They get 2. Don't know what the keeper Hardick's looking at. He's too busy having a conversation with somebody a backward point. Wow. I'm going to go straight to the numbers and tell you what the highest score is this year. Because it ain't looking too good early. Gamblers hit 230. That was in match number 4 on the 2nd of May against Lisbon Spartans. The LSG 2, like I said, it's a tough task for them. They are a second team. LSG, Lisbon Super Giants 1, if you like, in Division 1. But they've struggled with the bat. They've conceded some big runs. The 2 times that they have bowled 20 overs, they've gone for 192 and 165. Come back, though, from Patel. So an over that had a bit of everything, except a wicket, I suppose. 17 without loss after 1. Yeah, so here's the thing with LSG2. They've struggled to score runs. In fact, in their 4 innings that they've had the whole 20 overs available, they've been bowled out for 87, 40, 98 and 63. So averaging 72 with the bat in T20 cricket, you know it's going to be a tough task. And they're underdogs pretty much any game they come into. But it's an opportunity. They're getting out there. They're having a go. That's what you want to see. Almas Bapu is going to bowl the 2nd over. So, yeah, if you love an underdog, you can get behind LSG2 here. So, Hota not having too much mercy on that first over. 15 off just 5 balls faced. Nanglu, his batting partner. Nanglu will do the keeping for Brothers in the second half of this game. Fraction short. So, Hota leans back and pulls away, dribbling towards the line, won't quite go. Well, they might run several. Well, they get an easy 3. Remember, like I said, LSG 2 fielders down, which means there's a few more open spaces. I'll try and throw one out there now, but it's probably it's kind of setting a field for a bad ball, really. I don't know if you're going to get him on the hook. I suppose they have changed strike now. The right-hander's on Anglu to face up to Bapu for the first time. Hello to Ross. Good to see you, Ross. How are you? He said good innings by Winter Jr. this morning. Yeah, I've got to say, he batted really well. I'm sure Andrew was proud, of course. We are talking about his son, who, I say, showed a lot of talent. Josh bowled well, I thought, as well, but wasn't to be for Oweris twos as they fell by the wayside. We have a tight 2 here, but they'll get 2. So if you're on the chat, say hello to me. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Amazing work from all the people behind the scenes today to get 3 ECN broadcasts up. I know you might have had to wait a little bit. We had no ECN cricket for about a week and a half. We came back yesterday with internationals in Czechia and Bulgaria, and now we add the Liga Grizzly to that. Keeper's up now for Bapu. Sahota, he'd be eyeing a big score here. Hits this off the back foot, and that's going to be 4 more. Really nice shot. Probably the best shot he's played so far. Having to deal with a right-hander, bowling the ball across him, but stays on top of it, finds the gap, and there should be plenty of gaps out there. Again, Hardik loves to chat to the fielders. Now he's going to be keeping. And pretty good take, actually. Probably the one for the over. Wasn't too far from wide for height. Shows you Hardik. Just knows when to pay attention. Maybe as it went past the batter, it was helmet high. Definitely above helmet high when it reached the keeper. Pitched up this time. Harjot's after him. That's going to be 4 more. So, 3-3-4. You don't see that too often. To start the over, then the dot on the bouncer, but then Sahota back to his old tricks. Like I said, Sahota's a guy we have seen the European Cricket Series. Talented player. I think he's licking his lips. They were sent in by LSG too, and Sahota looked up to the skies and said, "Thank you, God. Get me out there." Oh, well, he might be out here. Pop up. Oh, well. Couldn't find a fielder. I guess Nangle up to stumps. Didn't get a very good look at it. If it was back, maybe he would have had a shot at it. And anyway, end of the second over, and the score's 32 without loss. Hey, I've been so busy working, calling cricket. I haven't seen the World Cup scores. Let's see what's been going on. So, yeah, last night, I got to admit, I slept the night away after a long day in Prague, calling the CE Cup Day 1. Okay, Cape Verde, 0-0 versus Saudi Arabia, all right. France 4-1 over Norway, actually. I saw the first bit of that with our crew. Senegal 5-0 over Iraq. Bit of a half-tracker from Shani, and Harjot is all over it like a cheap suit. Bangs it to square leg for 4 runs. Cuatro carreras más. It's okay, Cape Verde versus Saudi Arabia. Scoreless draw. Spain got over Uruguay 1-0. Oh, my Spanish friends will be happy with that. Let's have a look at this one again. Just dragged down, really. Wasn't that short, but made it look short. Smacked it away. New Zealand got taken to the cleaners by Belgium, who beat them 5-1. And Egypt, Iran 1-1. All right, so tonight, Panama versus England. That'll be interesting. 11 p.m. start. At the same time as Croatia, Ghana. And then, geez, there's a lot of football going on. Another 6 matches tonight. Sahota hasn't beat the field. Red dot ball. So Panama, England, and Croatia, Ghana first up tonight. Then Colombia, Portugal, and Congo versus Uzbekistan, or Dr. Congo, as I've heard them called. Double dot. Well done by Shani. Certainly not an easy time to bowl. Well, wait, there'll be no easy times to bowl in this innings. Driven. And Sahota is getting quietened a little bit during this over. They will get a couple. And they might get 3. Wasn't exactly land speed record stuff. And so Shani fires it, or somewhat fires it to the keeper's end. And then Algeria, Austria, and Jordan, Argentina. Gee, so much to like about. I just wish I didn't have to go to sleep because there's so much sport around the clock at the moment. Nanglu has been watching most of the time. Now you can watch this ball squeeze towards the deep backward point boundary. He'll get 4. The runs continue to flow for Brothers. Brothers, by the way, I remember them fondly in the European Cricket Series. They had one of the most entertaining doubleheaders ever in ECN history with the Indian Royals. There was a game that, well, famously Mohammad Shaikat took a blow in an uncomfortable position. That was one of our most viral clips ever. But that game actually was a golden ball. I don't know what Nanglu was waiting for because Shani was ready to bowl for a while and then kind of just said, nah, maybe I'm not ready. You can have one of those, I think, as a batter. But again, next time I'm counting it. Nanglu gets one on the pads and he sweeps it away. That'll be another boundary. Just keep on coming at the moment. Yeah, so there was a golden ball that involved Brothers 11 Portugal and the Indian Royals, that same game that viral clip circulated. And then the very next game should have been another golden ball, but in the end it was a 1-run margin and there was a 1 short. That basically was the difference between a tie, which would have forced a golden ball, and then, 1-run result. Shrivastava gets the 4th over. We've got to try and stop the bleeding here, LSG. Sahota pulls this away, beats the fielder. That's going to be 4 more. I suppose the issue for LSG too is the 9 fielders they do have. Not all Glenn Maxwell's, put it that way. This one in front of square, and despite the best efforts of Abhinandan Raju, couldn't track it down. 3 consecutive boundaries now for Brothers 11 Portugal, and the 50 comes up, and the 50 partnership, just 19 balls. Looking very comfortable at the crease. Pulled away. Brothers 11 Portugal, I know they look at the bottom of that table, but actually there's 14 teams in the competition. They're 10th. And just comparing the Maximo rates, they're still well ahead of Lisbon Supergiants on basically 300 pace at the moment, which is ominous. Nanglu jumps all over a half tracker and he pounds this one. In fact, that might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo seis carreras. Pretty good shot because the angle was across him. By the time he hits, it's probably 4th stump. And Nanglu, he has unnatural power. He sends that one out of the Santarem cricket ground. Pitches up. Nanglu says, yes, please, and goes after the drive. Running away, and again, it will be a boundary. So runs continuing to flow. Nanglu getting his fill now. Didn't have too much of the strike early on. Yeah, for LSG, I think this is a situation they've been in before. Just got to try and win the next battle. Try and win a mini battle. Maybe take a wicket. Obviously, it's going to be tough to win the game, but maybe you can create a personal highlight. End of the fourth over, and it's 62 without loss. Just about a minute away from a start in Bulgaria as well, with that series locked at 1-1 apiece between Serbia and Bulgaria, the hosts. So whoever wins this game obviously can't lose the series. At worst, you can draw it. And it looks like Serbia batting first for a change. They're in match number 3. About 30 minutes from the second game of the day in Czechia as well. So today there's 2 internationals in Czechia. There's 2 internationals in Bulgaria. And of course, we've got 3 T20 domestic games here from Portugal. One of the issues with 9 fielders is you've only got 8 potential bowlers, unless you want to bowl the keeper. Bapu is going to be swung around to the clubhouse end. Good start from Bapu. Sahota plays it back, has a look at him. I think with these 2 as well, it's a really good chance for them to make some big scores. Unless they get a Jaffa, it's really a test of their concentration as well and decision making. If these 2 both bat the 20 overs, they'll make big hundreds. But also, you just wonder if they're disciplined to do that and not play a shot that crosses the line that's too rash. Down the leg side, it's probably a wide. Bounces off the keeper, Hardik Patel. Wait for the signal. Yeah. Wide plus the one they ran. So 2 runs for free. Ooh, asking for trouble. It's probably wide as well. Plus it's running away. I'm not so sure Hardik got a piece of that behind the stumps. Again, they'll run 2, so that'll be 3 wides. It's essentially 7 runs in wides before this ball's been bowled, and expect to score back over 300. Well, you don't often get a 300 on ECN. Let me tell you that it has happened before. You said, what? Right, well, here we go. It's up in the air. Should be gone. Is gone. Well, there you go. Not even a half century in for Sahota. It just plays that one rash shot. He was way too early through it. It popped up in the air. And Kumar Srivastav, the captain, does the rest. And well done to Lisbon Super Giants. They've got something to shout about. I had a bad feeling about that because he took it quite awkwardly. I think he misjudged it. Had to take it behind himself. But Sahota, it'll be a cameo, but no more for Harjot. He's out for 40. Bapu, the successful bowler. And Brothers, 68 for 1. Yeah, so what if I told you that the highest score ever on ECN, and this is a 20 over game, was Ataullah. And he scored 250 not out. You heard me right. 250 not out back in 2020 in Cyprus. And I'm trying to remember the exact score, but I think it was 311 or 312. I'll try and track that down for you. Uh-oh, that's trouble. Welcome. It's Rahul Bharadwaj. Comes out, gets Beamer first up. That'll be a no ball. I'm determined to find this exact score. Big swing and a miss this time from Bharadwaj. Misses out in the free here. But yeah, that was a crazy game. Well, gets full toss. This time he does hit it, and he's going to get 4. Menon was up in the circle. We still are in the power play, remember. Okay, I found it. Finally. Rian scored 311 for 1 in 20 overs. That's the highest score ever on ECN. 311, and it was 250 not out by Ataullah alone. A little top edge here. Wow, pretty close. Pretty close. Nanglu judges it centimeter perfect. Let's check it out. I reckon this is pretty tight. Do you think he's probably just in? You be the judge. Again, we don't have a perfect angle. Oh, get that bat down. Oof. Probably just okay. And great replays from Lucky. Doing a great job pushing the buttons today. He's getting run out direct hit with only 9 fielders. That's a sting. End of the over then, and it's 74 for 1. Bit of an expensive one there. Ended up going for 12, I suppose. Did bring the wicket. Vishal Kumar Patel to take up the attack. And over 6. I like that. Nice leg spin delivery to open the over. Always love watching an over the wrist spinner. It's a bit of a dying breed. It's just such a hard thing to do well. Yeah, I like what I see so far from Vishal. Fraction short, and Anglu jumps all over it. It's pretty close to the fielder, but kind of just blasts through him and they'll get 4 runs. Good shot from Nanglu. It's 5 to tight one just before. That's the thing with their leg spin. Hardly any margin of error. Oh, big full toss. Misses out. Be disappointed about that. Bit of a gift that he couldn't cash in. like this over, though, from Vishal. Oh, tight one. They get home in the end. Bold. Good delivery. Flight. Bit of bite. Good revolutions from Vishal. I like that over. I like to see a good leg spinner operate. Not easy without the full complement of fielders either. End of the over. End of the power play as well. Brothers 11 Portugal. 81 for 1. Serbia underway. And just spotted a Maximo in Bulgaria. There's some rapid improvements going on in some of these developing nations. Cricket developing nations. Looks like Anup, the captain, wants to have a bowl. Field can go back. You've got a funny situation now where you only really need 2 in the circle. First one hit down the ground. And fielder gets there, but not before they trot an easy single. Oh, bold. Yeah, Shrivastava is a player that's been around the blocks for a while. Ken, nice to see him again. Fraction short, though, and Angler's been really good on anything short of a length. Whether it's kind of in line with his body or whether he has to fetch it from the outside off stump. It's been hitting him well. So hot to be kicking himself, I reckon, to be out for 40. His team are flying away at the moment. 265 projection. Of course, all the players, they get on pretty well, don't they? You can see Rahul Bardwaj just having a few words with the LSG fielders who wait for this ball to come back. It gives me a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello, Chris. Hopefully you're well. Hello, Paolo Campini, Johnny Heesum. Fantastic that we're able to stream this Portuguese league from here on in. It should run all the way through to the end of October. So I suppose it's kind of a bit under the radar at the moment, isn't it, with some of the other broadcasts we've got going on, but I expect it to take centre stage, particularly in September and into October, as some of the other cricket slows down around Europe. Includes prods off the front foot, and we'll take a single here. Like I said, LSG struggled with the bat. Their 4 scores in this series so far, 87, 40, 98, 63. It's going to be a no ball for off the pitch this time. Hard to keep, tries to stomp it. So I think it'll be a no ball plus 2 buys. Wait for the signals. No ball, then buy coming up. There's one. No ball, buy. Very good. Bucks, you passed the test. I wouldn't say it'd be world-class defending in the World Cup. Now, cracked off the back foot. Bardwaj will get 4, and the leather chasing is real. That was free hit as well. I mean, not that he needed it. Just got so much more confidence that if you do hit the ball in the air, It's not going to go to a fielder. And even then, you still have to be caught. That one was not that aerial, though. Skates across the boundary. Once again, able to play it off a length. End of the over from Shrivastava. He ends up going for 14 runs. And the score at the end of 7 is 95 for 1. Serbia off to a flyer against Bulgaria. 35 without loss after 3. We're still about 15 minutes away from a start in Czechia. Match number 4. We'll see a rematch of yesterday. Norway versus Luxembourg. Luxembourg had the double header yesterday. It was a tough one for them. Long, hot day. This is what Norway are going to have to deal with today, though. So, yeah, Luxembourg will sense an opportunity. Oh, takes on that one, does Bardwaj. And it's a really good hit. It's gone all the way. Maximo. Not a bad ball by any means from Vishal Kumar Patel. But Rahul just trusting his instincts here. He takes it on and takes it out of the ground. Excellent shot. Fielder was out there too, so he had to take him on. Hundreds up now with that Maximo as well. Brothers 11. Just feel like they're only getting started. I honestly think if these guys get going and they want to be ruthless, I think the 300's on. It's not something you see very often. Not if Vishal Kumar Patel has anything to do with it, though. I think he's bowled pretty well. And they won't go for 6, but it's a challenge kind of ball. A couple of meters short, then maybe it's a catching opportunity. So taking him on the pad. Nanglu has to scramble back. Now they will get a run. Wait for the signal here. See if there was any bat in this or whether it was leg byes. Umpire's going to say, yeah, leg bye. So just wasn't happy with the line of that delivery as far as the appeal went. Little pop-up. There's nobody home in the infield. And wow, what a wipeout job from Vishal. Well, he's quickly become my favourite player in this game. He's done everything he can to try and pull this off. Little leading edge. He's off to the races. Forgets he can't run that fast. There's the wipeout. Trust me, I know how that feels. Picks himself up, dusts himself off. Push and run job, but they turn around. That'll be the end of the 8th over. Pretty good one, all things considered, from Vishal. He only goes for 9. 6 of those came off the first ball. And after 8 overs, Brothers 11 Portugal, 104 for 1. The SCG. Don't we love it? Fantastic part of the world. Always enjoyed my time there. And funnily enough, in a couple of weeks, I'll be at Lord's and it will be the SCG team that I'm commentating, but it won't be the Santarém Cricket Ground. It will be the slightly less known Sydney Cricket Ground side that I'll be commentating. I know Andrew Winter, who's probably listening to me right now, he's had the opportunity to commentate at Lord's, Andrew, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm sure it's going to be very, very special. I'm looking forward to that. Hanuk, marshalling the troops can't be easy. But like I said, he's hoping to create a few highlights. Swing away to leg to start the over. Bharadwaj has moved pretty quickly to 21. Nanglu realizes halfway down they can probably get 2 here, and he's right. A few extra gaps, as I said. Now pulled away. Probably an overthrow here as well. They'll take it. So it's good awareness. And not so easy for the bowler to take a throw like that. The field can be wildly unpredictable at times. Pretty well bowled by Shrivastava. Just kind of dangling that one across the right-hander. Bharadwaj. It's a thick outside edge. That runs away. Maybe 2 if they'd run the first one hard, but they're happy with the single. You can understand that. He's done a lot of running already. Bit of a boundary drought at the moment. They certainly were flying earlier on. You see the expected scores come down to about 250. 230, the highest score in this competition so far. That's well bowled by Anu. Hardy can't deal with it. I think this will be buys. Bucks once again passes the umpiring test. Takes us to the end of the over as well. So 113 for 1. Just watching around the ground, Serbia have lost a wicket. They're sitting pretty at the moment, 49 for 1 against Bulgaria, batting first in match 3. Remember, whoever wins that goes 2-1 ahead in the series, and obviously can win it and can't lose it. With just one game to be played tomorrow. Kind of wish that was a best of 5 now, but I know they've got some travel, logistics they have to work around. Yeah, you'd hate for it to be 2 all after 4. You feel like, all right, you need a tiebreaker. Maybe it's fair if it is 2 all. All right, here's Sivaraj. He's coming on to bowl. Pulled away. And this time, like I said, lots of open spaces out there. Sivaraj keeping it reasonably quiet so far. Nanglu loves it short of a length. He just stands, he delivers, and it's going to go 1 bounce 4, cuatro carreras. Really good shot, but not a great ball from Sivaraj. Rare win for the bowler. Siva gets his one past the outside edge. And that'll take us to the drinks break. Brothers live in Portugal, being sent in and enjoying the game so far. A little bit more than LSG, although LSG have had 1 or 2 highlights of their own. 10 overs down, 120 for 1. We'll take a quick break back in a few minutes with the second half of this innings. Match 29 here. Brothers live in Portugal continue batting when we return for more cricket live from Portugal. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Hello, welcome back as we get ready for the second half of the innings. Mohammad Jaffrey will be the bowler, getting his first over. So going to their 6th bowler. They've only really got 8 available, unless they want to bowl the keeper. LSG 2s. Bardwaj, 24 of 18. Facing up. Bit short outside the off stump, but Bardwaj, you can see his footwork there. He ended up well outside the leg stump. Now, what are we going to have? Oh, yeah, he's blown his helmet. That's how hard he swung at that one. The key to the pull shot, though, is getting that back foot back and across. If you don't do that, then you're reaching. It's a ball that, I suppose, if he wasn't going to move his feet, he could have cut it. But some of these players, especially some of the subcontinental players, they don't really think of cutting the ball too much. They like to slam it through the leg side instead and fetch it. Got him. Well, kept a bit down. Bardwaj, we blew his helmet out. Last ball. Now the stumps have been blown out. Jaffrey with a ball that was halfway down. It never gets up. Again, you see, he never had his pads as a second line of defense. It's funny, with that one, if he'd gotten across and got hit in the pads, because it was so short, the umpire might have thought it was going over. As you can see, it certainly wasn't. It hit 3/4 of the way out the stumps. So Jaffrey gets brought on and does the trick. The second wicket falls just after the drinks break. It's 120 for 2. So just the ticket for LSG2 to keep their spirits up. New batter coming out there is Pamindajit. Sticking to the plan. Yeah, if you love playing a genuine pull shot, you'd probably love the bowling of Jaffrey, but this has just kept on rolling down the hill. I thought there was no chance that was going to go all the way. In the end, runs away. Kept on keeping on, didn't it? Parminder off the mark in style. Down the leg side, this will get called. Loves to bowl short to Jaffrey. It gives you a good look at the bounce of the ball. Unfortunately, the fielder didn't get a good look at the bounce of the ball, as that will take a right turn at Albuquerque and get around his despairing dive, and that'll be 4. He did his best, didn't he? But no chance in the end. Almas Bapu took an early wicket. Jaffrey, I mean, it's incredibly short, but he's not getting that much bounce. Nice comeback. A little bit forward that time, making the difference. Pitches up. I like that length better, but maybe not the line. Again, just struggling with his control a little bit, isn't he, here? Case in point. See if you can get this right. Obviously, had the success of the wicket in the over, so that's good. But it's also gone for 15 runs. This over's not done yet. Good finish. Good fielding by the stumps as well. End of the 11th over, 135 for 2. old 12th man being the stumps. But yeah, just struggling, I think, with length and line at different times. But I suppose any wicket's a good wicket on a day like today. Like I said, going on previous form, LSG2 probably already out of the game, batted out of the game. There's Brothers Live in Portugal, just chilling, enjoying a sunny Saturday afternoon at Santarém. What more could you want? Hello, Wayne. I just spotted you in there, Wayne. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, good old Whispering Red. I thought a few people were mistaking me for Whispering Red. Anyway, as Parminder is going to slam this one to the boundary. Too short from Sivaraj. And the result's another boundary. Yes, hello to you, Wayne. What a pleasure to see you. And asking, surely the old Whispering Red's not in Division 1. He is still plugging around. In fact, believe it or not, Wayne, if you are still there, I'm going to see if you're still there. He's on the camera, I've heard today. Well, he's going to give him. He's been given LBW. This will be worth another look. And it'll be the end of Parminder Jeet. Wasn't too happy, which is a bit of a theme whenever anyone is given out LBW. But, credit to Sivaraj S, who's able to get this one stump to stump, and he gets the answer in the affirmative. So a third wicket now has fallen for Brothers Live in Portugal, 139 for 3. Go on, Lucky, give us another look at this one. Let's see what we can triangulate from our imperfect angle. So, Sivaraj comes up with a big wicket. But yeah, LSG2, be a miracle if they were able to pull this one out. But hey, dare to dream. You've got 9 players. You always need a couple of big partnerships. New batter out there is Varinder Singh. And he beats him outside the off stump first up. Bit short. Varinder pulls it away and he's gone for a duck. Well, how about that? Sivaraj with a double strike. Oh, well. Roll out the wicket. It's a bit of a no-spinner from Siva. And a catch as easy as you like. Thanks for coming. Ronak Patel around the corner. It's a root shot for Varinder. Has to walk off with the globe next to his name. It's 139 for 4. And suddenly, LSG throwing a few highlights out there. So, gives us a chance to do a bit of an around the grounds. Love to do this on the Triple Treat Saturday here. So you've got Czechia Czechia beat Norway this morning in the CE Cup. And so Norway and Luxembourg are going to be doing battle. They start in about 5 minutes. You've got Serbia and Bulgaria locked at a game apiece in a best-of-4 series in Bulgaria. T20 OW, Serbia 73 for 1 after 8. But yeah, after one full round of the CE Cup in Czechia, you've got Czechia with 2 wins, Norway with 1, and Luxembourg without a win. So yeah, plenty of interesting scenarios. This one's called. It's been a bit of an issue. A persistent issue, I think, for LSG. Not only this game, but the season overall. Dilbag Singh coming out. He gets off the mark. He'll retain the strike as well. And at the end of 12 overs, it's a 141 for 4. Yeah, a couple of historic days in women's cricket in Europe with Czechia and Bulgaria
coming into this weekend series, different series they're playing in, both hosting series. But Czechia and Bulgaria, the women's sides, both had 0-19 records. Yesterday, Czechia registered their first win ever in T20I women's cricket with a win over Luxembourg. Bulgaria lost their game yesterday, but actually won this morning against Serbia. So Czechia, after 19 attempts, win their 20th game. Bulgaria, after 20 losses, win their 21st game in T20IW cricket. So, yeah, a couple of new winners in world cricket this morning already. So congratulations to all those players. And, of course, you can catch that action at the same time as you're watching me here. I know Kroom had a multi-screen link. Might try and find you that. That link was pretty cool. Kroom put it in here earlier. Mohamed Jaffrey, well, to say he's been unpredictable may be an understatement. He almost blew his big toe off with most of his first over. Now he tries to go full, and when he goes full, he goes really full. No ball. Couldn't even get a swing on it because he was more worried about not getting KO'd. Yeah, click that link if you like, put in the chat. Multi-stream everything. Better. Way better. And free hit isn't cashed in. Johnny Easom saying, Vinny, I know you're working on a shoestring, but having Conrad as the egglet. Is it eaglet or egglet? No, that's the bit of the shoelace where the shoelace goes through, right? The reinforced bit. What a good word. It's pretty useless. Uh-oh. Trouble. Is that going to be called or not? It has been pounded. For me, it just looked high. Maybe it's just given 6. Maybe it's dropping to the waist. If that's ECN T10, I think that's waist high, and that's no ball. Have to be above the waist. Oh, touch and go. Still got the treatment, didn't it? Maximo says Carreras. Down the leg side. He's trying to say hit the pad. I thought hit the pad as well, actually. Buck says, nah. Bad luck. Gave you the last call. I'm not giving you this one. Swings and roundabouts. Another full toss. Amazing how he's gone from 2 short every ball to 2 full every ball. By the way, in the Balkan Cup in Bulgaria, we just saw our first Maximo of the tournament. Of course, in the women's T20IW, he's probably going to get quite as many 6s as you would in the men's. So, might have been Demic from Serbia that was able to strike one out of the ground, and they celebrated hard too. Well, Bob from Jaffrey, he's an interesting character. When he gets it right, he's tricky. 150's come up quietly in the background. Can't be out, LBW. Try again. Bounce well outside the leg stump. They were talking about, Greg Chappell was talking about, maybe one thing you do is just remove any restrictions of LBW. Just say if it's going to hit stumps, it's going to be out. In which case, that's probably out. I think it's a bit of an overcorrection if you were to do that and say anything that hits stumps is LBW. Not worry about where it pitches or where it impacts. That's a nice shot from Nanglu. He's brought up his 50 and he's hungry for more. Strokes that one through the offside to the boundary. bad shout at the 3 figures the way he's going. He's still got time to bat. That was probably the best shot he's played so far. So it takes us to the end of the 13th over. And Brothers, 158 for 4. Well, as Nanglu brings up his half century in Bulgaria, Demic isn't too far away from half century of her own. Dunja Demic, the keeper for Serbia, currently on 45. Sivaraj gets a third over here. Got the double strike in the last over. Down the leg side. Nice take by Hardik, but it will be called a wide. Just a reminder as well that Game 4 of the Central Europe Cup in Czechia, just starting the broadcast right now. If you're multi-screening, which I know a lot of you are today, could come back from Siva. Norway versus Luxembourg. And the Czechs with 2 wins would love Luxembourg to win this, actually. Norway playing the second leg of the doubleheader, which, as we know, is not easy because it is boiling hot in Prague. 36 degrees. And out there at Vinoj, probably you can add a few degrees to that as well. Nanglu creams another one through the offside, and that's going to be for... Well, time to have some fun, I think. If they weren't having fun already. Slightly over pitch from Siva. It's a really good shot. Like I said, 2 fielders short. It's not going to be easy to defend. Misses out on this one. Good comeback from Siva. Yeah, 28 degrees in Portugal, so it's a lot more reasonable in this match. But some of the other games, it is scorching hot. Like I said, talking about the hottest day ever in Prague tomorrow. It's 31 in Bulgaria, and at that ground in Sofia, it does feel warmer than that. So end of the 14th over. 165 for 4. Nice look at some of the surrounds here at the SCG. We always love our time in Portugal. Hoping, I know there's some talk we might have another series before the end of the year in Portugal, maybe in October sometime. I really hope so. Some talk about maybe a franchise style one, as in, split the teams up, not their regular clubs, just something a bit different. I've seen that work well in some places like Belgium. Shane Patel, who opened the bowling, comes back to bowl over number 15. It's been all over the shop earlier on. Full toss. Nanglu's been good on the drive, and this one ain't coming back. It's up the back. It's a powerful drive, isn't it? It's not going to be a fun chase up into the bushes. 4 carreras más. Well struck. Like I said, that might take a bit of fetching. Yeah, so a pretty crucial game between Norway and Luxembourg because Czechia already have 2 wins. Remember, you only play 4 games. So if Luxembourg were to win this one, then Czechia can just win either one tomorrow, and even might not need to win either one tomorrow to win the CE Cup. Depending on the result this afternoon. Like I said, enjoy the cricket from inside where it's a lot cooler. Shani finally gets the ball back. Quicker one. Anglu jumps on it. Whacks it. Leg side this time. 4 more. Probably the only saving grace is that hasn't gone through the fence. Overcorrection there from Shani. It's too short. It's in towards the leg stump. And away to the boundary. Nanglu, like I said, he's setting himself for a big one, isn't he? $175 already and climbing. Anglo have liked when he's punched through cover like that. It's a nice shot. There's a 1 short, by the way. If you're wondering what happened there. That last ball before that one. That one, nothing short about it. Beautiful looking drive. That goes all the way. And so he'll move to 75. Again, this is a proper cricket shot, isn't it? Again, with this outfield, it has run away. That was the 1 short. Well, not the 1 short. That was the boundary. But now gets one in towards his pads, but he glanced it away. Once again, a chase. Abhinandan Raju will be able to chase it down. Battle of the speedsters. Well done by Abhi. Keeps it to 1. That'll be the end of the 15th over. Nanglu retains the strike. He's 75. Two-back Singh on 2. Brothers 11 Portugal. 179 for 4 after 15 overs. So 5 overs to go. We're looking at 300 at 1 point. Now they're kind of more around the 240 pace. Like we said, LSG2 haven't even made triple figures so far. Not bold, actually, but it's worked into the gap. They're getting easy too. Siva's done a decent job, I think, with the ball. Nanglu must be thinking of the 3 figures. You don't get in this position very often, trust me. Just cruising at the moment. I think the longer you're out there, even though I know it's not super hot, it's 28 degrees, quite pleasant, but the longer you're out there in the sun, the tougher it gets. That's quite funny. As Hardik almost knocked over. Nanglu faces up now on 81. Hits this and hits it with some authority to square leg. And that's going to be 4 more. Moves to 85 now. Dare to dream. Nanglu. Could we be looking at a ton on ECN? What a way to announce our broadcast of the Liga Grizzly here at the SCG. Gets one more look at Sivaraj. And right now, I think he's pretty happy retaining the strike. He'll move to 86. Dilbag Singh on 2. Playing the spectator more than anything. Freddie wants a drink. I can understand why. It's 190 for 4 after 16 overs. Round the grounds, Norway batting first against Luxembourg in match 4 of the CE Cup. They're 11 without loss after 2. You got Serbia, just brought up the 100 against Bulgaria. They're 100 for 2 with the ball to go in the 11th over. Oh, there's Kaskais. Who else was over there? I was looking at the wrong game. Kaskais was over there. Yeah, it's a really lovely crew over there in Portugal. We always have a great time. As we speak, a wicket off the last ball, the 11th over in Bulgaria. Serbia 11 for 3. Demic brought up the 50, but she was out soon after. Nanglu 86. I just think he's in cruise control mode. He knows the 100's on here. He'll put it away if it's there to hit, but otherwise he's super happy taking 1 or 2. Like I said, you don't get in this position very often. Wow, it's really low. I thought that's got to be close. He's gone. Yeah, had to be. Had to be. As long as it didn't bounce twice. Let's have a look at this again. I just didn't see what it could possibly be missing. I know he's coming around the wicket. But it hits him super low. Look, does that bounce before the pad? Probably not. Wicketkeeper was certain. It was absolutely certain. And although Bucks took a bit of time to think about it, I think you've got to give that out. It's back pad. It's right in front. Didn't have too long to travel after the impact. So Dilbag has to walk back out for just 2, and it's 191 for 5. Geez, they've done a pretty good job, LSG. I know they'll be chasing 200 plus here, but they've never given up. They've tried to continue to take wickets and make a game of it. And that's what you want to do. So, this is Gurulav Singh, their new batter for Brothers 11 Portugal. Oh, Bob, it's okay. Nanglu, I reckon he's a bit scared straight. He's 87. That's kind of one earlier in the innings. He probably tries to smack it for 4, but he was just a bit careful. This one he won't get the opportunity to hit. He'll be called a wide. So Shrivastava putting a shift at the bowling crease. This one's going to beat the fielder. That's going to be 4. So Nanglu into the 90s now. Is he nervous? I don't know. You be the judge, but he's looking good for a ton, isn't he? End of the 17th over, 199 for 5. So that seems a formality. The 200 is going to come up here. We were even talking 300 earlier, weren't we? Wayne saying, where's the wagon wheel? I will actually tell you, he's hit some beautiful cover drives in this innings, Nanglu. But when they've bowled short, he has smashed them to the leg side. Gurulal take the single. All right, we're on Nanglu watch. Nanglu is kind of famous for trying to tackle a batter who had edged the ball into his helmet and had lodged in his grill. And he tried to basically rip his head off. That's what he's more famous for before this innings. That's a fantastic clip. Nanglu, again, he's snoozing. He's going to get 2 now. But yeah, basically, batter top edges of the ball, gets stuck between the kind of peak of the helmet and the grill, rather than just, I mean, it's dead ball. But tell that to Nanglu, who then tried to basically rip the guy's head off his shoulders and claim a caught behind. Nanglu is also a keeper. Very keeper thing to do. Nanglu, 95, 96, 97. Yeah, so only in the European cricket series you'd see stuff like that. I don't think. Meanwhile, the batter's trying to like take his helmet off and spike it into the ground. The ball bounced. It's very funny. I like the bowling of Vishal. Nanglu moves to 98 though with that hit. Tell you who's kicking himself is Hajat Sahota, who played a rash shot, got out for 40 off 20 early on. He would have felt there's a big 100 there for him today as well. Right, lovely bit of flight there from Vishal. All right, everyone, stop what you're doing. Get your eyes on the middle of the SCG. Pradeep Nanglu, the veteran, he's on 98. Last ball the over. Can he just knock a 1 here? Keep the strike. Here we go. Oh, he goes after it. It'll be a wide. Plus, he will get to the other end. Jeez. Can get stumped off a wide. I think his eyes lit up and he just thought, oh, look, I've got to go for it here. So he remains on 98. I've really enjoyed this leg spin from Vishal. Just not something you see enough of because it's hard. I think he's hasn't bowled too many bad balls. Probably bowled better than his figures suggest. None for 25 off 3. 200 comes up during that over. 209 for 5 after 18 overs. Nanglu won't get the chance to face first up. It'll be the non-strikers end as we move into the 19th. And as we know, in T20 cricket, it all happens in the 19th. Are you ready? All right, Abhinandan Raju to bowl. Oh, probably a no ball. Let's have a look. They always say these are dipping, but I don't know if that's dipping to the waist. Let's have a look. I think they've said it's all right. Lucky to get away with it, to be honest. But having said that, probably won't make too much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. All right, Nanglu on 98. Goes for it, up over the leg side. He's got 99. Does he come back? He does. And Pradeep Nanglu has brought up a century here in the Portugal Liga Grizzly. Division 2 clash. Brothers 11 Portugal flying away thanks to their big opener, Pradeep Nanglu. And he brings up the milestone of 54 balls. An ECN century to boot. And a really nice innings. Straight shots all around the wicket. Not too much time to celebrate. It was a tired-looking heave, though, wasn't it, from Pradeep? Probably feels like the job's done now. Good sportsmanship as well. Hadik Kumar Patel first to congratulate his opposite number. Are there any highlights left for LSG? Pretty well bowled from Raju. He didn't carry on as much as I would have. I think any 100 is 100. Pradeep looks pretty gassed, though, after batting through 19 overs. Lots of congratulations in the chat as well from Wayne, from Johnny Heason, from Paul as well. Short and asking for it. We called it wide. It was eminently hittable, though. Gurulal gets past the keeper. Well, now it's kind of time for the curtain call, isn't it, from Pradeep. Good knock, though. 13 fours and 2 sixes in his century. Driven through the offside. And that will take us... Oh, sorry, one more. Have to wait one more ball, or will we? No, that will be the end of the over. And that's just explaining a few of the finer points here. Saying no. What was they saying? That's... I wouldn't mind seeing this one again, actually. Saying, hey, that's not out. I've got to say, I love Bucks as umpiring. You've got to love the guy. He was involved in law enforcement, and it shows. So 19th over comes to an end. It's 216 for 5. I'm just curious about that. Last over. I think they must have, because they called it a wide, right? Because he moved across. Okay, that's it. So called it a wide, and then actually said, hey, it's not a wide. So that's what happened there. Okay, makes sense. All right. Meanwhile, Nanglu, he's 102 and counting. And let's make that 106. And, yeah, really, he's got nothing to fear. Not that he ever did, really. Maybe being out in the 90s. 220. Remember, 230 is the highest score of the season in Division 2. Vishal getting the 20th over here. And it sneaks through for 4. That sums it up, really, for LSG, who always knew they were kind of up against it. Say 230 is the highest score in Division 2. Did have a higher score in Division 1 with Punjab CC Amadora scoring 248 in one game. And there's been a few 200s in that competition. A 248 against Gorka, who made 206. So that was a huge scoring game back on the 24th of May. Nanglu's after him once again. Probably wants to. He wants to make every post a winner. Yeah, I'll say also that 200, you see it more and more in T20 cricket, aren't you? And really, that will now bring up the highest scorer in this division for the season. Brothers, loving their work. That was a rare bad ball from Vishal, and he's been really good at putting those away today. Brothers, could definitely use the win. We've had a decent season. They've had 3 wins and a tie. Thank you. We had a couple of ties actually in Portugal so far this season. Nanglu, he's just opening the shoulders now. It's going to be pounded for another boundary. So he's 120. And the score 2-3-5 with the ball to go. The question won't be who wins, but the question will be by how much. Brothers 11, yeah, they had wins over Team Tigers Portugal as well as Falcoish. And they had a tie against Panthers and a win against Gamblers. LSG 2 without a win in the season. A rare miss for Nanglu, but he'll finish on a nice round 120 of 63 balls. What I was seeing, the best seat in the house. He's 5 not out. Brothers 11 Portugal finish 2-3-5 for 5. And yeah, predictably, there was a lot of leather chasing there for LSG. And so it's a target of 236 in the second innings. Pradeep Nanglu leads the scoring, 120 not out of 63 balls, 17 fours and 2 sixes in his innings. Rahul Bharadwaj was there after the loss of Sahota, who went for 40 off 20. Sahota will be kicking himself, I think. He looked good for a ton as well. Never even made it to 50. Bharadwaj 24. Parminderjeet with 12. For the bowling side, Sivaraj with 2 wickets. And credit to LSG, despite being 2 men down, they do pick up 5 wickets along the way. 2 of them to Sivaraj, singles to Bapu, Anup Kumar Srivastav, the captain, and also Muhammad Jaffrey, who took 1 for 30. We'll take a break. We're back in a little bit longer. We've got about just under 20-minute break. So back in about 18 minutes, take you through the second half. LSG chasing 2-3-6 for victory. A reminder, you can turn over to Bulgaria or Czechia right now, where we've got dueling women's T20 internationals. Vinny Sander, who Mr. Maximo. Super thanks to everyone who's been keeping me company, to Wayne, to Johnny, and to Paolo. Hope you're enjoying your day. Might see you after the break then. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo for ECN. You're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly 2026 here on ECN.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the second half of this clash between Lisbon Supergiants 2 and Brothers 11 Portugal. If you missed the start of this match, you would have seen a lot of action and entertainment as the brothers were sent into bat by the LSG skipper Anuk Kumar Srivastav, and they've amassed a total of 235 for 5. One positive for LSG. They did take 5 wickets along the way, but there was some big hitting. In fact, there were 29 fours and 3 sixes in the 20 overs. Round the grounds, as I've been doing all day, we've got cricket in Bulgaria. Right now, Serbia and Bulgaria locked at 1-1. This is the critical third match of the series, and Serbia doing a really good job. Demic on 92. She was made a 50 in the previous game. And she'll be hoping for a T20 100. That'd be a huge effort. I don't think anyone from Serbia has ever scored 100 in a T20 IW match. And then, of course, we've also got cricket from Prague. The CE Cup, again, critical match there with Danny Hudacek on the mic. Norway and Luxembourg have each lost to Czechia, so it becomes a critical match. Luxembourg got beaten by Norway yesterday when they played in match 1, and in match 4 right now, Norway 63 for 1 after 8. But let's get ready for the second half of this one. It's match 29 in the Portugal Liga Grizzly 2026 Division 2. Typically how it works, not always, but 99% of the time here in Portugal, Division 2 play on Saturday and Division 1 play on Sunday. So it gives you an idea about how it's going to run. And I think that pattern's pretty consistent. Obviously, might change from time to time. I know in August is a little bit of a chaos period where it's national team cricket and things that affect things. But I think that's as a general rule, you're looking at Division 2 cricket on Saturday and Division 1 cricket on Sunday, which means we do have one more game to go after this afternoon with the Lisbon Spartans taking on Lisbon Kings 11. And tomorrow, I should say, we'll have 3 Division 1 games. Werewolves taking on LSG topside in the first match of the day. Punjab CC Amadora versus Marlow is probably the match of the day in match 29 of Division 1. And then match 30 of Division 1, Lisbon Capitals versus Fighters CC. And don't forget, you just saw the Lisbon Capitals. The Caps were part of the European Cricket Series in Switzerland, in Engadine, recently. So they'll be back on ECN, back on home turf. All right, so LSG coming out chasing 236. You never want to say never, but you feel like it's a long shot because this is a team, their best score of the season so far is 98. They scored 98 against Team Tigers Portugal. Their other scores are 87, 63, and 40. But, hey, dare to dream. It's going to be the keeper, Harit Kumar Patel, to face up. He's out there with Abhinandan Raju. Vikrat Rana with the ball. Starts with a big shout. That's pretty close. It's gone. It's a Royal Duck. Just with the angle, it was heading towards the leg stump, but I think it's probably taking a piece of the leg stump. Check it out in the replay. It's a tight one. I will say that. Oh, you can see two stumps. I think he might be a bit unlucky on second look, but the issue was the batter was falling across the crease. And so if you actually freeze it, it's probably an impact on leg and maybe heading down the leg side. But I think the issue there, and I fell for it as well, the batter's on the move. And so, by the time you register the ball hitting the pad, it looks like it's sitting more in front of middle, not in front of leg. And so maybe a touch unlucky there, Harit Kumar Patel. He's gone for a Royal Duck. And true to form, LSG 0 for 1. I want to welcome back everyone in the chat. I know they're around the grounds happening at the moment. Hello to Diamond Peter saying, wishing you continued growth as you elevate Portuguese cricket to even greater heights. Special appreciation, Paolo Buccimatza and entire management team for their vision and dedication. Outstanding leadership. Lovely comment there, Peter. Thank you so much. Hello to Tommy Thomas as well, who was not seeing the women's game. Well, not surprising because this is the Portuguese stream, but there are two women's games on right now, one in Bulgaria and one in Czechia. All right, Bapu gets a chance. Just good ball. Terrible follow through though from Vikrant, who runs. He's going to get a talking to from Bucks saying, hey, I know you've got to replay this one, Lucky. Have a look at the big curvaceous follow through from Rana, who runs right in front of the umpire, then does wheels around as if to block his vision for longer. The actual ball he bowled was a good one. It shaped away from the right-hander. Bit too wide this time. Bit of a heat wave around Europe, although in Portugal it's not so bad. High 20s. Oh, he's gone. Oh, well, what a ball. What a ball. And to tell you what, Bapu is trying to say that's going down the leg side. Here's a news flash for you. It ain't. That's come back. It's come back down the line. This really has moved. I think he's gone. You tell me. Yeah. The way that ball is moving, it's not going down the leg side. And it looks even worse. He's not playing a shot. Don't even give us that one real time, Lucky. Give us just the whole ball without slowing it down, and you'll see what the umpire, or more or less what the umpire sees. But he's in the greatest position to see that. And the way that Rana is moving the ball, it's definitely curved right to left on your screen. So Bapu joins the Duck Club out for a second ball, and it's 1 for 2 after 3 balls. Here comes Ronak Patel. But like I said, 236 looks a long way off. Geez, that's a good bit of swing bowling though, isn't it, from Rana? And he was sure that ball was going to leg side, but it didn't account for that late swing. He's just a natural, kind of other way swinger for a left armour. You see a lot of left armers bowl kind of left arm over, they'll straighten it down the line that way. Rana is swinging the ball away from the right-hander as his stock delivery. Yeah, Peter's watching from Lisbon, Portugal. Oh, bom dia. Nice to see you. Bom tarde, I should say. If you can get this right, Rana's going to be, I won't say unplayable. We're not far off. Needs to start at a roundabout leg stump. Ideally, he's pitching it on leg, and then he's bringing all 3 stumps into play. Bringing the LBW into play, the bold into play. Even the caught behind for a little outside edge. So the wide becomes the equaliser for the second time in the over. 2 all. 2 for 2. 4 balls bowled. Plenty of action so far. Edged, and I think he's got it. Yeah, he didn't catch it in the hands. That's Vishav Rana in the floating slip. But he's somehow grabbed it. It looked like it was between his kind of forearms and his body. It's basically a second slip there. I mentioned you can bring the outside edge into play, but have a look at this. He catches it high, bounces into the body, grasps it between his forearms and his torso. Unorthodox but effective. A triple strike in the first over. And it's 2 for 3, and it's another duck. And let's not forget LSG, they've only got 8 wickets to play with. So right now, Brothers 11 Portugal are 5 wickets away from finishing this off. We're only in the first over. Good captaincy. I'd actually consider 2 slips. The problem with slips in European cricket is no one's used to fielding there. And even when you get nicks, they rarely get caught. That was one that basically got caught hands free. Here's new batter, Sivaraj. Misses that one. So, end of the over. 2 wides, 3 wickets in it. It's 2 for 3. Do not adjust your sets. Very, very good opening. It shows you when a bowler gets it right, even with the 3 wides. When he got it right, it was very tough to play with, kind of drawing the batter into playing a certain line, then getting the ball to leave the right-hander. Yeah, Ross saying, yeah, Peter, you should come through to the ground and watch sometime. It's a great venue. Cascais and Zoe run a wonderful canteen. Agree. With good food and cold beer. Yeah, the super box. Let's sure go for one of those right now. Not while I'm on the clock. Ross, good to see you. And yeah, just look up Santarem Cricket Ground. It's free to come in and enjoy some live cricket. Amarjeet, the captain, bowling over number 2. But yeah, LSG, to say they're struggling is a bit of an understatement. Just imagine if they were batting first. Might have been a really quick game the way things are shaping up. Still, let's see if they can fight back. Maybe an undone. Flirts with this one outside the off stump. Can't catch up with that. It's Nanglu keeping, of course. He was the star of the first innings, Pradeep Nanglu. 120. Sensational effort from the keeper bat. Nice shot, and we should have the first run off the bat. Well done to Abby. And ties the game up at 3-3, another equaliser. So I saw Petey talking about coming on the 11th of July. I can tell you on that day, you will see Brothers Love in Portugal who are fielding right now. The games start Portuguese time at 8 a.m., 12 noon and 4 p.m. So the first game that day is Brothers Love in Portugal versus Oeiras, second 11. The noon game has EU Pack Friendship taking on Lisbon Spartans. And the 4 p.m. game sees BDCC Lisbon taking on Lisbon Kings 11. This one sneaks down the leg side. Wait for the call. Oh, no. That's good honesty. He must have said it hit me. Yeah, you see, keep rolling it through here. It's just flicked the glutes of Siva. And I think the umpire was getting ready to call that a wide. And then the batter, pretty honest, considering they're struggling, saying, no, that's not a wide. I like to see that. Sportsmanship's important no matter what the score is. Amarjeet throws this one a little bit too wide outside the off stump. Just issue of being wide so far. 2 runs off the bat and 4 wides in the 6 runs scored. Serbia have racked up 199 for 3, and Dunja Demic has a century. What a great effort. 14 fours, 3 sixes. Bulgaria, going to be really, really tough to get anywhere near that. So, end of the second over, LSG are 6 for 3. Yeah, so after a bit of a century drought on ECN, we've had 2 centuries in an hour. Vikrant Rana, he's been swinging them around corners so far. He's got to start it on the stumps, doesn't he? Or even towards leg stump. The LBW was quite extraordinary. No, the wide. You just got to sort out his initial line. I'd probably say you can start his run a bit wider, and then his natural body angle will take it towards leg stump. And he won't lose that natural swing. He's going to change. It's a shame that he hasn't been able to get it right. Well, you could say he hasn't got it right, but he did take 3 wickets in his first over. Now he's kind of lost his run completely. Does bring the outside edge into play a little bit more, but it makes it a bit less likely the bowled an LBW. I what non-striker's on about, Raju. Not happy with something. Nice looking shot, but again, the way things are going at the moment for LSG, nothing's really going right for them. They ain't going to run for that either. This is the thing, though. That kind of ball, it's going to be harder to get an LBW just because of the way he's moving the ball. I'd love to have seen him stay over. I say around the wicket, I should say, and try and bend it down the line. You can probably get a few swings and misses this way, but I don't think you're as likely to take a wicket. Nanglu, just the one glove required. Three for 4, Rana. And push and run. Slow response from Raju, but it's an easy single there. Luxembourg finding it hard going against Norway. Norway 87 for 1 in the 11th over in the CE Cup. Abhinandan Raju faces up from this end for the first time. Watchful into the offside. They won't get a run. Got to take that probably at this stage. It's hard. It's kind of hard to know what you're playing for at this stage. He's so far behind in the game. They've had a rough season. They probably know they're not going to make the finals or anything like that. But it will be the end of the third over. It's 9 for 3. LSG, you know, even if things aren't going that so well as far as the wins and losses not going your way, you can still have a lovely afternoon at the cricket. Where else would you rather be than the SCG on a Saturday afternoon? Beautiful temperature around about 28, not 38 or 48, like some places around Europe right now. But like I said, it's a long way to that 236. Amarjeet to continue. Go stump hunting. around the corner. This is a fast outfield. Funny thing about this field is everything is downhill from the middle. So actually some boundaries you can't really even see from the middle. You can't see the rope because it's so far downhill. It's great for drainage. It's also great for balls running further. And just hit, I thought it was the back leg. This one gets through the field, and Siva might have brought up the first boundary, not quite. Again, thinking of two. Probably lucky they didn't go in the end. Good chase. Swing and a miss outside the off stump. And again, Raj, you're finding it hard to get going. 1 off 7. Missed the top bowlers there a moment ago, including Ravi Solanki. I know he's in the squad for Czechia. He wasn't playing yesterday. Hello to Scotty, watching from down under. Nice to see you, Scotty. This one ties up Raju. Another dot ball. Yeah, just a quick pop in. And all right. There's an ECN Supporters Club Australia catch up 11:15 in Victoria. Party still going. Great to hear. Let's see. Love to see the pictures on the Spanish squad. Scotty, Vinny here, and of course triple treat today. You've got international women's T20s from Bulgaria and Czechia right here in Portugal, though. LSG finding it hard going early on with 3 early wickets. They're 12 for 3 after 4 overs. You can see the new bowler is Vicky Malik. Again, it's the kind of innings where I think everyone's keen to have a bowl. Vicky replacing Vishav Ranu, kind of just Vikrant Rana, I should say. Lost his line, didn't he, in that second over that he bowled? So they're not sticking with him into a third over. Seems to be a bit of outswing from this end, doesn't it? Played with a straight bat this time. But yeah, it just feels like survival's the name of the game already. Played away nicely this time through the offside. That'll run away for the first boundary of the response. I say that Siva just had a pretty good game. I think he bowled pretty well. It wasn't easy. Well, it hasn't been easy at all, but it's a lovely cover drive. That's one you can put on your mantelpiece. Lovely batting. Now could come back from Malik. Now the wide is probably something both teams can work on based on what we've seen so far. But really, it's a bit of a foregone conclusion, this game. Still, like I said, you can come up with those individual highlights. That was a nice cover drive, for example, from Sivaraj. This one bites away a little bit as Siva lets it go at the end of 5 overs. LSG 18 for 3. Norway for the 100 with 7.5 overs to go in the CE Cup match 4. Bardwaj gets a ball. Like I said, it's one of those days to be queuing up to have a bowl, really. Well, first one's wild. It's way too full. It's going to be called a no ball and a free hit and a chance for LSG to relieve the pressure. Cut away this time. And once again, no run. I'll be looking for a run, won't get it. He's 1 of 12 again. I think he's probably scarred by the few innings that I have had this year. I haven't been able to post anything competitive, so he's pretty aware of trying to bat at the 20 overs, at least save face a little bit. And then gets beaten outside the off stump, so 1 of 13. Not an easy bat, not an easy watch either, is it? But still, you just got to try and compete. You got to try and win that next contest. That's cut away nicely. That'll run away. Not quite all the way. Get 1, that's all they'll get in the end. Well kept out this time. After those 3 early wickets, I mean, credit to LSG. They haven't lost another wicket in the power play. Getting that one to bite back and beats the inside edge. End of the 6-over power play. Lisbon Super Giants, second 11, 20 for 3 after 6. Start of a new over. Vicky continues. Almost gets this one through, not quite. Well, hanging top edge, that's in the air. Doesn't quite carry. Now there's a huge mix-up. Can anyone pick it up? Short answer, no. Didn't have too much of an idea about this one. Lucky to get away with it. And then the funny thing is, he just took off, not realizing, uh-oh, we got a bit of trouble here. And plays it more or less as a late cut. Turned away. Yeah, they turned the run down against the issue when you're not particularly quick behind the through the wickets either. I mean, big appeal here. Oh, he's run out. No way. Oh, boy. It was almost like it was completely suspended in time. The LBW appeal went up. If I had a good look, said, no, I think there's some bat there. And have a look at him go walkabout here. Abhinandan and Raju. So he looks for a run. Keep rolling it forward. Roll it forward. Don't need to slow it down too much because, look, it's like, uh-oh, trouble. And wow, a bit of Tony Gray and Dean Jones, early 90s about this one. And just a bit of a brain fade there, but I suppose that kind of sums up how his innings was going. So we run out for 2 off 19. And the score 20 for 4. Here's the new batter, Mohammad Jaffrey. But yeah, tough stuff. Tough stuff. Just a total lack of awareness there. So Take it to the end of the 7th over then. And the score 20 for 4. Run out of that over. And you've got Sivaraj out there with Mohammad Jaffrey. Here's Bardwaj having another go. Wicket maiden there in the 7th over. Beautifully hit this time by Siva. Again, I only get a single. Seemed to hit pretty well. Into the wind a bit on that side of the ground. Rate required. Wasn't easy to start with, and it has gotten easier, put it that way. Swing and a miss this time. Again, look at that run rate, under 3 and over. It tells you all you need to know. Plays this late. And doesn't get it past the field. It pulls this way, gets a little bottom edge scratch on it. Runs away. In fact, it will go all the way. Badly needed boundary, to say the least, for LSG. Just a little bit on it, you could see. Into the over then, 25 for 4. Swing and a miss first up here as we get back into the action. Over 3 ball required now for LSG. Pretty well bowled. That one came in a bit kind of into the wind. This is a nice bit of swing bowling. Vishav Rana took that catch earlier at slip, despite not really using the middle of his hands. He was also involved in that run out where Raju kind of lost his bearings after that LBW appeal. Cut away nicely. That should go all the way it does. So Jaffrey trying to represent for LSG. Cracks it away. Short and wide from Rana. Beautifully cut for 4. Oh, that's going to be... Actually, I reckon it actually should have been a wide because it's bounced after the crease, but it doesn't really matter. It was a big outswinger. That one did go... There we go. And there's the wide call. But it really took off. That one did swing with the wind. Have a look at it go. Really go. And then look at where it bounces, see? Just after the line of the stump, so it can't be a no ball off the pitch if it bounces that late. So it won't be a free hit. Jaffrey trying to build an innings. Like I said, at this stage, you're kind of playing for personal glory. Can you make a decent score? Maybe a 30 or a 40, maybe even a 50. Good finish to the over from Visha, but he can't get the breakthrough. It just holds its line a little bit. And that'll take us to the end of the 9th over. Lisbon Supergiants, they are 33 for 4. Still over 200 to get. 11 overs to go. Nice looking cover drive this time from Siva. Should bring a couple. Looks like he's got a good technique. Vikrant Rana has been switched up to the residence end. Still getting that ball to swing away from the right-hander, even though it's slightly into the wind. When catches him in front, umpire, despite lifting his counter very close to his face, keeps the finger down. Pretty good shot, I think. maybe just going down the leg side. Maybe didn't quite do enough, didn't straighten down the line. Like I said, probably not the end he should be bowling from, but he just seemed to lose it from this end, despite taking 3 wickets in the first over. Thick edge. And that one will be taken. So finally he gets a 4th wicket run on a 5 for here. Just reaching for that one. Siva batted well, but simple catch for Vishav Rana. It's the same runner-runner combination that brought a wicket in the first over. And so it'll be the 5th wicket down, just 3 wickets to play with now. LSG 35 for 5. Another caught Rana, bowled Rana. Let me take you through the dismissals so far. Are you ready? Hardik Kumar Patel, LBW Rana, 0. Bapu, LBW Rana, 0. Ronak Patel, caught Rana, bowled Rana, 0. Siva, caught Rana, bowled Rana, 12. Abhi Raju, run out, Rana, 2. There's a lot of Ranas in those dismissals. Of course, Rana means frog in Spanish. I don't know if it means that in Portuguese. I might have to look that up. Sapo. That's a toad, isn't it? New batter out there is the captain, Anup Srivastav. Anup backing away a lot, so is able, but basically gets followed, doesn't he? Last ball before drinks here. Still 201 to get. And still 201 to get because LSG, and to their credit, they recovered after 3 early wickets, very early wickets. It'll be 35 for 5. I think it's time for a drink. Vikrant Rana with 4 for 7. We'll be hoping for a 5, but we'll have to wait and see. Players will have a drink. I'll take a quick break. We're back shortly, live from Portugal. You are watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 2 on ECN. Back into the action now. First ball, a dot after the drinks break. 201 required. But like I said, you're playing for pride at this stage. Just trying to keep it out. Here's Jaffrey. Yeah, just spoilt for choice, aren't you, today? With the CE Cup. Going on, Norway building a healthy total against Luxembourg, 142 for 2. Bulgaria chasing 200 to win against Serbia. That's going to be a tall order. Only 17 for 1 in the fifth. See your dot balls there, just showing that LSG are more interested, I think, in trying to make this game last as long as possible rather than making too much of a dent in the scoreboard. Slow ball that time, a little bit of bowling, but doesn't beat the field. Well, there's no bat in that. It's gone. In fact, the umpire says, yeah, that is gone. Vishaf Rana using the wind really well there. He starts around middle and leg. It's full. It just moves a bit. And you can see there, batter trying to hit across the line, trying to work it off his pads. It's a dangerous game. And to be honest, if there's no bat in that, I think it's a pretty elementary decision. It's going on to smash into middle stump. So Mohammad Jaffrey is going to have to go. 6th wicket down. Only 2 wickets to play with now. LSG 35 for 6. It's another Rana-based dismissal. This time it's Vishav. That picks up his first wicket. At the other end, Vikrant. He's on a 5-foot. Left-hander comes out. Shani Patel. Shani keeps the first one out. End of the over, 35 for 6. So, tell you what, Amarjeet's got the ball back. You would have to prize it out of my cold, dead hand if I was Vikrant, who's taken a 4-for and would be wanting 5. But Amarjeet says, I ain't got no wickets yet. I want one. So, a little bit of captain on captain action here. Full this time, kept out. But I suppose this was always on the cards, wasn't it? Swing and a miss. Magic really does want this week. In fact, he's going to get it. It was a little edge there, imperceptible from this distance, but that'll be the 7th wicket out. Just a tiny little bit of extra bounce. And Anup's going to have to go. So LSG, true to form, putting up too much of a fight with the bat. And it's 35 for 7. And well, smart captaincy for Amarjeet, stealing the wickets while he can. Meanwhile, Vikrant's got a 4 for and probably won't bowl again. All right. Last man's out there. Vishal, I thought bowled really well. Saying he's a card carrying number 11, judging by the fact they haven't batted him till now, despite getting to bat at number 9. Oh, well, it's not a bad shot. So, yeah, how long can it last? That's basically the question. And it will last a little bit longer as we get to the end of the 12th over, 35 for 7. Another maiden, this time a wicket maiden. Amarjeet will tell you he's pulling the right strings. Rahul Bharadwaj, he doesn't have a wicket either. He says, hey, I'll have a bowl. Thank you. Got to say, you're on a 4 feet. You deserve another over, don't you? Also, he did the heavy lifting. Vikrant with the first 3. Shani Patel pushes down, doesn't get a run. He's pretty close to the outside edge. It would have ended the game. You're talking about, if they lose the last wicket now, you're talking about a 200-run margin, which is a pretty rare feat in T20 cricket. But yeah, last run feels like a long time ago. Haven't had a run since the first ball of the 9th over. First ball, the 10th over, I should say. And we still haven't. An appeal, but I think it was pitching outside leg. Now, once again, we'll have a scoreless over. And at the end of 13, 35 for 7. There's a few of the players getting ready. It should remind you that the last game of the day will be starting in around about an hour's time from now. And that'll be the Lisbon Spartans taking on the Lisbon Kings 11. Spartans and Kings 11 tangling. Spartans 1-2 record, taking on the Kings 11 2-1. So it's a Kings 11 favourites there, but not too much between them. Hopefully a bit of a close contest in this one. So that's now going back to my numbers. Four overs without a run. That's quite a lot. I won't get one here either. So it's kind of like you're waiting for you got your head on the block and you're waiting for the axeman to finish things off. You never quite know when it's coming though. Nice looking shot, but again, I don't get a run. They should get a run now. Finally. Would have been out of it hit, but they get a run. Well done to Vishal Kumar Patel. Like I said, I know they've been outplayed comprehensively here, LSG, but there's a few positives. I've liked Vishal's game. I liked his bowling. I like the fact that he's an exponent of the leg spin and, batting right down the bottom. Like I said, batted hit. It's game over, but does get off his duck. So well done to him there. He's now outscored Shani, who's facing up. But yeah, it's just a matter of just trying to keep it out. I can understand you want to bat time here. Hopefully compile a bit of a score for yourself. But I don't know about blocking out the last 7 overs for just a couple of runs. I don't know if that is a good use of your time as a human. Yeah, so Shani runs out of patience and he slashes at this. That's a nice shot. That'll run away for a boundary. They get up to 40. Can they get up to the 50? It just kind of, ran out of patience. Said, I've been blocking, I'm going to be on 0 forever. So let's have a crack at it. Nice stuff. I just spotted in the calendar as well that we might be going to Gibraltar next month. How exciting. Unfortunately, I'm already busy that weekend. As this sneaks away, Shani has time to tap his bat and have a look at it. Probably makes it a bit harder to get the 2, but they will because it wasn't exactly the fastest chase I've ever seen. End of the over, 42 for 7. Yeah, so we have an ECS Gibraltar on the cards, 24 to 26 July. Just popped up on my screen. It'll be exciting. Like I said, I'll be in Switzerland. I'll have to check where Rico is that week. He might be available. It's a tough one because he's got to go to England the next day. Hit down the ground. This is just going to be a single. Got him, and it's all over as Amarajit will finish things off, comes on from the clubhouse and rattles a Yorker through Shani. And it's game, set, match. Well bowled this one, actually, for anyone to deal with. Crashes into middle and off, stumps akimbo. And Lisbon Supergiant seconds are bowled out for 43. So the margin is 192 runs, and yeah, kind of true to form. LSG finding it hard going with the bat. Sivaraj with 12, the only batter to get into double figures. Oh, I like that plucky last innings partnership between Shani Patel 6 and Vishal Kumar Patel 2. Bowling wise, well, Vikrant actually bowled out. No wonder they were not giving him the ball back. He finished with 4 overs, 4 for 14. Amajik with 2 wickets, 2 for 6 of 3.2. The other wicket went to Visha Farana, who also picked up a catch and a run out. Vicky Malik with none for 6 and Bardwaj none for 7. Didn't give too many away at all. And for LSG 2, it's back to the drawing board. They'll next play on the 18th of July, and that will be against the Tiger Strikers. For Brothers 11 Portugal, they'll be back on the 11th of July as well against Oeiras Seconds. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in 55 minutes' time with the final game of the day. And I'm certainly looking forward to this one. As we said, hopefully a bit of a closer contest as well, as it'll be the Lisbon Spartans taking on the Lisbon Kings 11. We return. Of course, you can turn over to the other streams at the moment. We've got CE Cup Action Match 4 in Prague. We also have Match 3 of the Balkan Cup going on. So plenty of cricket around ECN. I'll probably see you there, but then, of course, see you back here on the hour as we'll be ready for Match 30. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. See you at the other side of this break. You're watching ECN, and this is the Portugal Liga Grizzly 2026.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. We're almost ready for a start here in match number 30 after a bit of an extended break. And I do have some news from the toss. We're watching Lisbon Spartans versus Lisbon Kings 11. Kings 11 winning the toss and electing to bat. And so the Spartans will be in the field. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Plenty going on in the ECN universe, as you've probably gathered by now. It's ticking over to 4 o'clock, almost at least. Ticking over to 4 o'clock. Looks like we're ready to make a start. Lights, camera, action. Here we go. As this is Rashid Iqbal opening up. And look, it's going to be an interesting clash between two teams that can certainly use the win. Oh, going for it straight away here. It is the right-hander. And that's Love Singh, who goes bang and get the first boundary of the contest. Good hitting. A bit different to the kind of pace we had last time. It wasn't really a lot going on for a while, but yeah, expect the big hits to come back a little bit here. Comeback ball for Rashid. It's a good one, actually. Misses leg stump. Not too far away. See, they're not so easy for the keeper. I know Rashid saying, hey, you know what you're doing there, but I'd love to see this one again. There's all this debate about goes pretty close to the stumps. And what happens after this? I don't know what the conjecture's about. I wanted the wicket, but it seemed to miss it by a fair distance. So another swing and a miss after a reasonably good start. Yeah, so you've got Love Singh out there. You've got Adnan Haider as his partner. Lisbon Kings 11, led by Jumanjot Singh. Oh, that time I think there was an edge on it. And it goes down. Just perceived a little bit of a deflection. I suppose umpire's a lot closer to the action, but let's see if you pick up what I pick up here. Okay, it's very hard to tell. So I'm actually going pretty close to an early strike. Another big swing and a miss. So Rashid's tearing his hair out at the end of that first over. Just the boundary off. It's 4 without loss. Lisbon Kings 11 opening up with the bat, and they have a 2-1 record in the season so far. They had a big win over Lisbon Supergiants 2, who we just saw in the last game. They also had a win over the Tiger Strikers. Pretty healthy win at that. But they did go down in their last outing on the 6th of June, 3 weeks ago. Kings 11 lost to Rangers by 21 runs. Remember, these teams, they don't play every week because it's quite a big competition, 14 teams in the competition. So only 6 can play on any given Saturday. So, yeah, they play every 2 or 3 weeks. But still a fairly healthy record for Kings 11. 2-1 so far. Second over. And it's Mahfouz Ahmed who's bowling. And first ball's cracked away to the boundary. Well, Adnan Haider making his intentions pretty clear. This is angling across him. Again, not so sure about the right arm around at this stage. It's not necessarily the most attacking angle. You want early wickets. Lisbon Spartans, well, they have a 1-win, 2 lost start to the season. They did get smacked around by Gamblers in match 4 back on the 2nd of May, conceding 230, which was the highest score in the Division 2 league until the last game, actually, where we saw Brothers 11 Portugal racking up even more than that. 235, in fact. Then they had a loss to Oeris Seconds Spartans on the 16th of May. So they were 0-2, but they did have a win at their last outing. They were able to beat Precious CC off the very last ball, chasing down 162 in a real thriller. So just one run the margin. So you look at these two teams. Kings 11 batting have gone win, win, loss. And then the fielding side, Spartans, have gone loss, loss, win. It's a good ball. I suppose if you are going around the wicket, that's what you're hoping for. You've got to have people in a position to take the outside edge. It's very wide of the crease. Almost takes the keeper's head off. Wow. I think it's smart to have the helmet on. Oh, is that no ball? Surely. That's a brilliant take, actually. Had to be. Oh, it's called it. How's that not a no ball? Had to be above the waist. Yikes. Am I seeing right? It'll be wide. I suppose it's a long day for the umpires as well. But I suppose Mahfouz Ahmed gets away with it. And he gets that angle working for him again. Does Mahfouz. Interesting, after beating him several times with that round the wicket, he's going over. I suppose the change is as good as a holiday. Not necessarily the easy way to take a wicket around the wicket. Righty to righty. And beats him this way this time. So I suppose he was just losing him a little bit to the left sometimes and getting called for wides. It's a pretty good area to bowl. This pitch will offer you a little bit of assistance. There's that outside edge. It just gets past the fielder. Wasn't too far away from the hands of the man. Short third. It's Tanvir Ahmed. So a few streaky moments for the openers, but they survived the over. How close was he to this in the end? Let's have a look. He was well over him. It will take us to the end of the over. So 11 without loss after 2. Welcome back to everyone in the chat as well. Always good to have your company. Paul Kempen's been waiting for this one. Good to have you back, Paul. That's edged away and only a single though. That's Suleiman Khan down there. So looks like Bulgaria is wrapped up for the day with Serbia winning game 3. So Serbia 2-1 up in the series. Bulgaria, well, I have the belief they can square the series tomorrow. Of course, buoyed by their first ever win in T20 internationals earlier on in the day. Rashid in and gets clipped away. Long chase. Not too many easy chases here. Foot fielding there from Russell Mia. I'll come back for an easy couple. Yeah, so in that Balkan Cup, 2-1 to Serbia, who, let's be honest, they'd beaten Bulgaria 6 out of 6 before the series had begun. So you would say it's probably a good effort for Bulgaria to win a game at all. Full toss muscle down the ground, slight misfield. Should be looking for 2 here, maybe more. As it keeps on rolling. Again, this outfield gets faster the longer the day rolls on with that sun baking down. Turn that into a full toss, or a pretty high full toss in the end. Just shot on the fielder. Ankit Singh, the captain, straight through the legs. And Mahfouz just put the hands on the head next to him and said, oh, well, next one, skipper. That's a nice shot. A really nice shot. Kept his head down on that. And it's a nice, easy, free swing of the bat. Andrew Winter out there signals 4. Love Singh carries on. Again, a couple of streaky moments for these openers so far, but no wickets lost for Lisbon Kings 11. Meanwhile, in the CE Cup, Luxembourg searching for their first win of the series. Plays this late behind point. More work for Solomon down there. And take on 2, take on the arm, and they win. Smart running. It was a long throw for Solomon from deep third. So Czechia have won the 2 games they've played so far. Their first two wins ever in T20 OW cricket. Norway beat Luxembourg the first time they played. They're playing for the second time right now. Norway in the box seat there. Luxembourg 57 for 1. Chasing a target of 178. And required rates up to 11.2. So Norway looking good. He might have a bit of a decider then. They're in Czechia tomorrow. End of the 3rd over here. And Kings 11, 24 without loss. So tomorrow, Luxembourg play Czechia first up. And if Czechia win that, then Norway might have to win with net run rate. They could still win the trophy, Norway. Actually, the margin matters a lot in the game in Czechia right now. So, 4th over gets underway. Mahfouz Ahmed with the ball. No full toss. Hyder started with the boundary. Wants 2 here. In fact, he'll get more than that. He'll get 4. That one beats the fielder. So, once again, starts the over with the boundary. Cracks this one out to the offside. The throw comes in. Seemed home though. Had to run hard. Lucky did, Love Singh. Just good throw. Doesn't really get a flying start, does he? Didn't really back up. But once he decided to go, he made sure he wasn't going to be caught short. Just gets that bat over the line in time. Good running. Again, can't really see the line, but I think you can tell from his body language that he had the bat over the line when he put it down. So, Hyder. Swing and a miss. Probably the one for the over. All right, that's high. Can anyone get under this? Imtiaz drops it. And almost got a second opportunity. Oh, geez. They've been living pretty dangerously so far. You can see here, he just had to back last moment. That's what he probably had to catch fingers up. He tried to go fingers down. It got big on him, hit him in the shoulder, and he almost takes out his teammate with the throw. Hola, Thomas. ¿Cómo estás? Are you coming to us from Bulgaria? Spicy with the keeper. Can't hold this. Had a bit of a tough time so far. Yeah, hello, Paul. Don't forget, yep, got the City Cup going on as well. Luxembourg taking on Norway right now. A pretty dry Vinoj cricket ground. End of the fourth over. And Lisbon Kings 11. 32 without loss. 8 off that over. 8 and over average so far through the first 4 overs. Yeah, busy weekend of European cricket with Bulgaria happening, with Prague happening as well. And of course, our first week we've been covering the Portugal Liga Grizzly. Every week you'll get Division 2 on Saturday. You get Division 1 on Sunday. So 4 overs down, 32 without loss. Paul's got the 3 screens going. Love it. All right, he's lifted that up and he's hit it very well. Love Singh starts another over with the boundary. Bit of a trend so far in this innings. It gets a little bit in towards the legs here, but he actually makes room and he hits it from his, I suppose, new middle stump line, doesn't he? No, he's well outside leg. Yeah, so a few people are saying, well, Phil might be doing the Portugal series. Well, I'm doing it from the studio, so I've got the setup to be able to do that. That's why Phil's out in the sun right now in Prague. Phil's actually there keeping the scoreboard ticking, but he'll be on commentary tomorrow. Yeah, scorcher in Central and Eastern Europe. So not so bad in Southern Europe. Backs away, some hesitation. In the end, they decide it's not worth the risk. Says Ankit Singh, the captain, Bowling first change for the Spartans. Beats him outside the off stump. And again, so a bit of chat about multitasking in the chat here. Well, this is a real multitasker's delight today on ECN. And the thing is, I think everyone is going to be heading over here in 10 overs because Luxembourg have 10 overs to bat. So in 110, so I can't see that happening. A disappointing series so far, Luxembourg in the CE Cup. This will be the end of the fifth right here in Portugal. And the Kings 11, 36 without loss. Yeah, Luxembourg played the doubleheader yesterday on a real hot day. Norway have had to do the same today and actually had less of a break between the games. But Norway seemed to have found the energy to get past Luxembourg, who really are playing pride from here on in. They've got the one game versus Czechia tomorrow morning to finish their tournament. I always find it interesting covering all these different countries around Europe. I mean, Czechia were right down the bottom of the rankings because they'd never won in 19 games, but they have won a game now, and they've probably shot up. Got this technique hider, likes to stay leg side of the ball. Yeah, Czechia, they shot up to 67, so I've shot up a good 6 or 7 spots. And Czechia 67. You got Luxembourg 69 in the rankings now. You got Bulgaria right between them, 68. You got Norway 58 in action. And you got Serbia 63. So you got a lot. All the teams we're seeing, the 5 teams, international teams this weekend, are all between 58 and 69 in the world. So you'd imagine they are pretty evenly matched. This is Ankur who's getting a ball. 2 there if they want. Would have had to be in a laser throw from a difficult position to run him out, but they decide once again, happy with Justice England, breaks the run of dots. Kind of quasi-maiden across the 4th and 5th overs. There's a lot of the grounds can't get water as well, so something really fast in the places that are having the heat wave. I know that Vinoj is like this. I know that Santarem as well gets super fast after a dry spell, but like I said, the weather in Santarem, 29 degrees, so certainly nice. Next weekend, it looks like it's going to be so hot. I think that finally the heat wave is going to reach down there. They're talking about 42 next Saturday. 42 degrees. That'd be a challenge for all the crew to bring you the stream without everything melting. Big full toss, about hip high, flayed away. Again, they want to, or get to, despite the best efforts of the fielder down there. Well, it goes after this, does love seeing. It's going right back to the line. And, well, it's been put down
Sat and watched it, didn't he? Was concerned. But he will survive. Again, it's kind of in the slot. Gets it okay. Straight off the bat, he thought maybe at 6, but he's like, whoa, hold on a second. Fielder, good effort to his left, but just wasn't able to reel it in. And that'll be the end of the 6-over power play. Kings 11-42 without loss. Only going at 7s. I think Spartan's pretty happy with the start. The only thing they've been missing is a wicket. Both these two have shown the ability to hit hard. They've also given chances and half chances so far. None of them have turned into wickets. Oh, he's bowled him. Really well bowled. And the only thing they didn't have was the wicket so far. And now they do. So they'll be happy with that. And the first ball of the out of the power play results in a wicket. Just trying to swing across a straight one. So Ankit breaks through. The first wicket falls and Kings 11, 42 for 1. You have to at least have the breakthrough. New batter comes out, Mohammad Hasnain. Wearing the 002 jersey. Takes this one off the stumps, takes it leg side, it gets off the mark. It's pretty quickly to the fielder out there. I think a 2, but fielder recovers just in time. Back to Hyder. Put away here. They get 1. Another slight fumble, another quick recovery. So just a single. One's a little bit too wide and will be called. Cool. So the stumps probably would have been out, you know. Feels been busy out there, hasn't he? Russell Mia.
So, end of the 7th over. Was a successful one, though, for the Spartans. They do get their breakthrough, and Kings 11, 46 for 1. So, over number 8. Push and run job here. We'll get 1. That's hit in the air. Fielder goes back. Can't quite get fingers on it. Maybe off the fingertips and runs across the line. Backs away. Gets a fair piece of it, but it was catchable depth. Fielders weren't quite in the boundary. It made it even tougher. Not even sure he gets a hand in it in the end, to be honest. Dug out behind square. $50's up for Kings 11 as well during this 8th over. Like I said, Kings 11 have gone win-win-loss, and Spartans 11, Lisbon Spartans loss-loss-win. Spartans just seem a little bit more in tune in the opening. Pretty well bowled. That's wide. Gets away from the keeper. Took a nasty hop for Arjun behind the stumps. And put that down as a wide. Plus the one that they run. So 2 wides total. Well bowled. It's pretty good over from Anchor when he got it right. When he didn't go too well. Funny that. End of the 8th over. And the Kings 11, 57 for 1. time for over number 9. Change pace now with Saddam Ryan to bowl from the Castle End. Threw the shot way too early. Bowlers in might be a chance here. Just scrambles back in time. Now they think about it. They think about it too long. Too much thinking, not enough running. They won't get the single. Just dropped and really didn't move his feet at all. That's kind of ball. Probably way better off hitting that through the offside, but his natural inclination, Hyder, is to whack that to leg and pull it. Another full toss, same ball. This one's a little bit closer to him, so it's easy to whack to the leg side. It's going to be a long single, though. Way too wide that time. Finally bounces over from Ryan. Just lost his action a little bit there, didn't he? Another full toss. This one might bring a wicket, though. It doesn't quite carry. 2 fielders hovering in that area. I thought for a second it might have brought the wicket. Hyder, much better shape that time, the way he hit that. Accesses the offside, but he'll have to settle for 1. Hasnain drives. Now they've got to get a run, surely. Right to the fielder on the edge of the circle. Couldn't handle it cleanly. It should have been run to him anyway, to be honest. Yeah, Thomas, really good call. The green and yellow really looks like fresh tropical of Italy. That'll be the end of the 9th, and Kings 11, 62 for 1. Yeah, fresh tropical, really successful team in ECS cricket. And the thing with fresh tropical, they'd sometimes go green with a hint of yellow, and sometimes they go yellow with a hint of green. So it is actually really similar. Ready for over number 10. They should have a bit of a quick drinks break after this. Takes this one off the stumps. Got another left arm spinner. Another spinner, I should say. Coming in. It's Imtiaz with the ball. That's good sportsmanship. They weren't going to take an overthrow there, even if it was on, because the batter impeded the keeper. Hit to the leg side this time. Hasnain trying to build an innings here. He's not quite up to run a ball pace just yet. It'll be frustrating for him. Backs away, opens up the offside this time. And once again, only a single, and they've really struggled to turn these singles into twos at the moment. Just held the run rate back a touch. Big swing and a miss, and keeper can't handle it. It's a frustrating one for the whole fielding side. It seemed to just sneak out over his crease. This will get hit to the leg side, and it will take us to the drinks break. So Kings 11 after 10 overs, 69 for 1. We'll take a quick break. Back shortly with the second half of this first innings of match 30. You're watching ECN, and you're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly. Back in action as the 11th over gets underway. It's going to be a tough bit of fielding. You can see it happening a mile away. Tanvir out there not able to handle it. And we'll have a boundary to start the 11th. It was almost like there was one Tortuga, there was two Tortugas. The old up-down Tortuga combo. He's not impressed with that is Saddam Ryan. It wasn't the worst ball. He ends up going for 4. Pulled away this time by Mohamed Hasnain. Follows up the boundary with a single. Right, he's got plenty of that, does Hyder. Will sail over the ropes. Maximo. Good shot. Really good shot. Just stands and delivers, doesn't he? Hyder's been there since ball one. Took on the fielder and wins. Need more of that. It's really even contest. Not to charge, but ends up yorking himself this time. Good running that time. One of my observations was that they weren't turning too many ones into twos. Goes over the offside this time, or tries, and he's going to have to go. That's good bowling by Ryan. I mean, Hyder likes to go leg side. We saw that. Can hit offside. That was one time that he just got him playing a long way away from his body. Chases one that, to be honest, he can only get the bottom of the bat on it. And the catch is taken. So, a nice bit of bowling there from Ryan to force the false shot. Ahmed did well to take the catch. So Adnan gone for 31. And the score is 82 for 2, projected 151 at the moment. I think that'd be a pretty interesting game. The Spartans with the bat, they've got 135, 122, and 162 in their 3 games. But they got 162 last time out, which was the exact target off the last ball of the 20 overs against Precious. So they're averaging 140 with the bat. And they feel confident of chasing 160 and under, I think. Especially coming off that kind of a win. Amritpal Singh is the new batter. Starts with a single. Just noticed Paul's comment. It looks like Norwich City versus Coventry City. Yeah, true. End of the 11th over here, though. And it's 83 for 2. 9 overs remaining in his first innings of match 30. Fraction short. Starting the new over is Imtiaz, but it's not a good ball. It's Gundy ball, really. Short down the leg side. And I think the umpire's just waiting to confirm is at 4 or 6. In fact, has gone all the way. Maximo. This one might as well have come gift wrapped. It's pretty innocuous. Short down the leg side. And yeah, you can see that just carried the rope in the end. So 6 runs to start the over. Not an easy find, put it that way. Not an easy find at all. Hopefully they can find it. Kings 11. Getting pretty confident here. 8 wickets in hand. Over 8 overs to bat. Why wouldn't you feel confident? It's probably one thing you don't get as much of in this league is kind of almost like an endless supply of balls that you can just keep throwing another one out there. So when this happens sometimes, there's a bit of a wait. We might take a break here as well. We're back shortly. 89 for 2. In fact, maybe we'll get the ball back now, but you can see it's certainly not an easy find. You know it gets serious when the batters then have to come off the field and start looking for it as well. There's the ball. That's what we want to see. Keep the game moving. This is tramline kind of ball. And he chops into the ground. No run. Again, a little bit short. Turned away. Leg side. Straight down the fielder's throat and he's gone. So in the end, it'll be a 6 dot out. As Zane, who kind of feeds that leg side heave again. And to be honest, the batter won't be happy, Amrit Pal, that he doesn't get this out of the ground. Slightly into the wind today. Catch is taken. It was a pretty good catch in the end. So Amrit is gone. And it's Muhammad Al-Amin that takes the catch down there on the deep backwards square leg boundary. Kings 11 lose a 3rd wicket now. It's 89 for 3. Again, probably not the best ball I've ever seen, but good enough. So Hussain, the successful bowler. This game's had a few twists and turns already. I mean, what's Ramp first ball? Does John, I think that's captain coming out. It's an audacious shot to try first ball. Tries to just flick it over the keeper. He steps across again, looking for that leg side, but not finding it. Oh, geez, gets pretty close to getting run out as well. Well, if you're found in the fundamentals, you'll probably be having a hard watch of the first couple of balls of Chiwanjot's innings, but he's got time to get it right. Bit of air this time. I like it when he goes full up. He's saying, even though he did get the wicket with short ball, miss hit from Amrit Pal. It will take us to the end of the 12th over. So it's 90 for 3 after 12. Rashid Iqbal. Bowled 2 overs. Opened the bowling. Bowled pretty well. Bit unlucky not to take a wicket. Had his moments early. He'll get the chance now to bowl at Chiwanjot Singh. He's already shown he's a guy you've got to keep your eye on. Might do something unpredictable here. It's a very high ball. Pulls it away. Maybe today they've let some of those go. You could argue, okay, it's waist high, but it's one of those ones that, you know, when you see the horizontal bat shot being played, and especially if it's top edged, always leaning towards no ball call. But umpires thought it was just okay. Big swing and a miss. You can see there Hasnain losing his shape, trying to hit that leg side when it was a good set of stumps outside off. Another high full toss, another pull away. And they will get through for two this time. Got to be careful with that height. I suppose if you can bowl a genuine kind of belt high full toss, it's an unexpected ball if you're medium pace or higher. Doesn't make it a particularly good one though. Misses hit away off a leading edge. And he overruns. It's going to be four. So Hasnain, he's living a charmed life out there at the moment. He'll get 4 runs for this. Probably didn't deserve it on a couple of accounts. You can see he's grabs the outside edge. Fielder does too much and actually can't slow himself down in time. Throws the left hand out and past it goes. Bad luck though for Tanvir. Did the right thing and went flat stick around the boundary to try and reel that in. It's too much in the end. Fallen fairly straight. Again, fielders being tested all day by these ground balls, as you do see at the SCG. The full toss. This one not quite as dramatic. Juranjot turns it around the corner. Tanvir says, that's the way I like it. Straight at me, please. End of the 13th over. And the score is 99 for 3. Around the grounds, well, we know that Serbia won game 3 of the Balkan Cup. They've got a 2-1 lead heading into tomorrow. Bulgaria will be hoping to square the series in the last game. And right now, Luxembourg, they're pretty much out of it against Norway, needing 60 off 16. So Norway are going to pick up another win there. Just 2.5 overs left in the day over in Prague. I'm sure we'll have a few viewers join us then for the close of today here in Portugal. Chopped on. It's a wicket for Ankur. Juranjot, an entertaining little innings out there, but you see he doesn't really move his feet with this shot. Bats away from the body, inside edge, and onto the stumps. Watch this one here. Probably would have hit off, maybe it would have flicked off. Ends up hitting middle off the inside edge of the bat. So, in the end, it's another wicket in the book. And the score is 99 for 4. Here's Ankur. Just a little bit too wide and gets called. Hasnain flashes and misses outside the off stump. Oh, big appeal from behind the stumps. Clipped away. They'll get one, that's all they'll get. That one goes through everything. Into the 14th over, and then 102 for 4. Nice look into the horizon. Well, enjoy this weekend, Portugal, because next week you are burning. Got 42 next Saturday. You can have a taste of what Central Europe's had over the last week. Hot, hot, hot. Down the leg side, start the 15th over. Mr. Evergreen Andrew Winter out there officiating. No ball called. And it's too many outside the circle. You can see that. Andrew Winter saying, look, I'm counting them. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't have 6 out. Got to have only 5 out, or maximum 5 out. So it'll be a free hit coming up. So I have to change the field, and we got a free hit. Upal. The batter, Harp Upal. Nice chance for him to get his innings going. Gets tied up, though. Turns on this one. Scanny wants that leg side, and it's the trampoline Tortuga. Takes over Imtiaz out there. That's rough. Very even game so far. Takes off at him. Actually does pretty well. Gets a finger on it. Probably saves himself from fetching it out of the bushes. So that's something. Small win. And it will be 4 to the total. Nice shot by Hasnain. Timed that one really well. Times this well as well. Wanting the 2 on the fumble, but they don't get a fumble. Good fielding out there. Bit of World Cup chat. Yeah, Thomas talking about what's coming up tonight. Well, I know Panama, England is one of the matches tonight. Croatia, Ghana at the same time. It's 10 p.m. Portuguese time, 11 p.m. Central Europe. Heading down the leg side. Takes an eternity, Harp, to get on his bike, but they will get a leg bite. And then 1:30 in the morning, Central Europe, Colombia, Portugal. That's midnight in Portugal. Congo versus Uzbekistan at 1:30 a.m. And then 4 a.m., Algeria, Austria, Battle of the A's, and Jordan, Argentina, 4 a.m. as well. 3 a.m. in Portugal, 4 a.m. in Spain. Yeah, some good games. I was saying earlier, Thomas, it's just a shame that I do need to sleep sometimes because I'm back doing the 3 T20s tomorrow, Division 1 in Portugal. So not so sure I'll be able to watch football all night and come back and survive a whole day of commentating. Solo, of course. So, end of the 15th over, and Kings 11, 114 for 4. Yeah, when is Spain on again? They played all their matches already. It's getting to that point. Spain play again on the 2nd of July, it says. Of course, they had that 1-0 win last night, didn't they, over Uruguay. Had to catch up on all the results in the morning. I was with some of the crew last night in Prague after the first day of the CE Cup. We caught some of the France versus Norway game. I think it was 2-1 when I left to get some shut-eye. Ended up 4-1 to France. Playing some good football, looks like. So, Mahfouz Ahmed is going to come back to bowl his third over. A few six bowlers. They've got plenty of options to bowl these last five, I should say. No one's actually bowled out. And so really, you can take your pick. You've had Rashid Iqbal bowled 3 overs. Mahfouz will have bowled 3 after this. Ankit's bowled 3. Ankur's bowled 3. Saddam Ryan and Imtiaz Hussain, the spinners, bowled 2 each. So really, with 4 overs to go, you can have your pick of the board who you want to bowl again. Always nice to have that extra option. Good location from Mahfouz. Bouncer, maybe too short. Yeah, it's called a wide. Pretty good call from the umpires. They worked well together. And Dembele, the hat-trick last night for France, says Paul. I did what I've tended to do lately after a hot day of commentary, try and get my feet in the pool. It was a nice little interlude. Looks like it's all over in Prague, so I'll probably have a few viewers coming in shortly. Another huge swing from Hasnain. So yeah, welcome if you're just joining us from over there. 45 runs the margin. Norway getting over Luxembourg, so they sweep their mini-series against Lux to the Norwegians and sets up a pretty interesting day tomorrow. The Czechs still have 2 matches to play and they're currently equal top of the ladder. Clipped away again, setting a bit of a task for the fielder. We'll get 2. Hasnain. 34, it's slightly better than runner ball. Hello to a few new viewers. I see a few more coming in now after the finish in Prague. Long, hot day. Well done to all the crew over there. You're watching Kings 11 versus Spartans. It's a Lisbon derby in this Portugal Liga Grizzly match. It's Division 2. And Kings 11 batting first here in match number 30. They're 119 for 4 after 16. Yeah, always great to have your company. Jump into the chat if you've just arrived. And let me know you're here. ECN European Cricket Network. So 4 overs go. Pretty good time to join as well, because should be pretty exciting. Last 4 overs coming up. It's been a long, hot day. Not quite as hot in Portugal today compared to Prague or Sofia. It's still pretty hot. This is Rashid Iqbal bowling out. Open the bowling from this end. It's unlucky not to take a wicket. Good shot first up. Finds the gap, finds the boundary. Hasnain starting to time a few more balls, isn't he? I think he's happy with that result. Despite the best steps of the fielder. Goes all the way. So yeah, Czechia versus Norway tomorrow. If Czechia lose the first game to Luxembourg, then Norway would have to, or then basically it'd become a shootout. Whoever wins that game wins. No ball call. This is chest high. It's a good call from the umpires. Plus, it's going to go for 4. So Hasnain moves into the 40s, and he's going to enjoy the free hit, which is coming his way. Yeah, not a good ball at all. I've seen a few of those today. I suppose probably an attempted Yorker gone wrong. Back-to-back boundaries start the over and the free hit to boot. Lifted up in the air. Not that it matters because it's a free hit, and with the fumble, they'll get an easy 2. Yeah, so see a couple interesting tomorrow. Czechia, 2 wins. Norway, 2 wins. Luxembourg, no wins. Czechia play 2 games tomorrow. Norway and Luxembourg each play just the one against Czechia. So Czechia win against Luxembourg, then they could win or win against Norway to obviously sweep the series, or they could lose, but a small loss. They'd still win the CE Cup. If Czechia lose to Luxembourg, then we'll have a straight shootout. Czechia and Norway would each have 2 wins then, and one of them would have a third. 3 wins and a good net run rate will certainly get you the trophy. Plenty to watch for. And of course, still alive in the Balkan Cup T20 IW tomorrow as well. Looking forward to seeing how that progresses. Bulgaria with their first ever win in T20 IW cricket today. Czechia with theirs yesterday. So Bulgaria, 20 matches that they lost before their first win. Czechia, 19 before their first win. But still, both those countries getting wins for the first time. I wonder, actually, it's a good question. I wonder if there's any countries in Europe that haven't had a win yet. All right, up in the air, but Field's back, or is it? No, he goes back and just falls out of his grasp. Midoff was up in the circle. I think that's frustrating for the bowler, Iqbal. We started by tearing his hair out. Guess he can keep going into the over. All right, I'm looking for a country with 0 wins in T20 IW cricket, specifically from Europe. So far, I can't find one. No, that means every European country now has a win. Bulgaria was last domino to fall. Czechia yesterday, or second last domino to fall. Yeah, so well done. Oh, actually, it gave me men's cricket, even though I searched for women's cricket. Let me have a look at this again then. Anyway, here's anchor it while we wait. Down the leg side. Keeper gets a piece of it, not the whole thing. So that'll be 1 wide for the wide. Make that 2, make that 3 wides. And keep her up. It's not easy when the ball goes down the leg side. That one's hit to the fielder's left. Tanvir as well to clean it up. I will find this. I want to know who's the last domino to fall. Clipped away this time. All right, have I got it? Yes, I do have it now. Should be able to work this out. Anchor bowling out here in the 18th. There's another wide down the leg side. Only just, but only has to be just. Okay, so there are still dominoes to fall. Belgium, 0-11. They are yet to win a match. I'm only counting Europe here because we are the European Cricket Network. Full and driven. Upal needs a boundary to break the shackles and he gets it right here. Nails it through cover for 4. Nice shot. Pitched up and just eased away. Yeah, Thomas Jordan saying great celebration of those wins. Yeah, and of course, what about the century today as well? Oh, hello. I think I know that dog. Oh, it hits him pretty close. In fact, he's saying it's a little bit too high, but definitely worth a shout. Yeah, it was Dunja Demic that scored 100 earlier on for Serbia. What a great moment for her and for Serbian cricket. Full and wide. Just thinking it in, though, I think. Good take by Arjun behind the stumps. Hasn't been easy for him today. So, Belgium, the only team I can find so far in Europe that don't have a win in T20 IW cricket. Clipped away out square leg. 2 fielders protect the boundary out there. End of the 18th over. 145 for 4. Yeah, so quite interesting. Soon I will be doing the quad series in Switzerland, which has 4 women's teams, 3 from Europe and 1 from South America. I'd love to actually get the rankings here. Maybe I will. But yeah, I'll give you the records first. You got Switzerland, the host, 12-1. But having said that, this will be their biggest test yet. Switzerland women. Spain women, 12-9 record lifetime. You've got Jersey, 31-16 lifetime. And then you've got Brazil. Brazil have actually played 73 matches. So very experienced. Pulled away into the 19th over, so probably time to start pushing the running as well. Yeah, Brazil have actually played 73 matches. They have an overall record of 52 or 51-21, I should say. 52-21, including a tie that actually won in Super Over. So that should be a fascinating series. I'm doing that one with Tina, at least starting with Tina before I've got to head off. Starts on the 27th of July, so put that one in your diaries. Of course, if you're in the Spanish squad, you'll have access to the live calendar, which I keep you up to date with every week, so you can plan for these tournaments as they come. It's really important, obviously, in international cricket now that you've got about 100 in the men's game. You've got, what have we got now? Got 73 in the women's game. You want them to be competitive matches. A little bit of bat in this one, as indicated by Andrew Winter. So in T20 IW cricket, you've got Switzerland actually top ranked. Switzerland 31. But again, let's see if they're still retaining that ranking after they get tested by Spain, who are 34 in the world, by Jersey, who are 35 in the world, and Brazil, who certainly I'm looking forward to seeing for the first time. Brazil 28. This one's close, and looks like it's gone down again. They went for 2, and he hasn't quite made it back. You can see Andrew Winter in perfect position there. They will get the 1 that they completed, but then just some confusion. So Hasnain did make his 50. It was good effort from him. Got them up to what I would call around about a par score. If you look at the par in this series, works out at, had it earlier, I think went up a bit after the last game. I suppose went up then down in the last game, if you watch that one. But yeah, 154 is the par. So one and done. Well, Hasnain is run out for 51. Upal will face up. It just couldn't quite get on the same page there, the two batters. Well done to Hasnain, though, making a half century. Big swing. Bit of bat in this as well. So we'll get to see Gaurav. We'll do the keeping today for Lisbon Kings 11, I'm told. Big inside edge, actually, on that one. Gaurav will get off the mark here. Again, they probably like the idea of 2. They're going to take it on. Now's the time, I suppose. He's going to be out again. That's hurt the bowler. Mahfouz Ahmed goes, ouchies. That didn't go in the middle of their hands. It'll be another one and done job. Yeah, credit to the batters here. I think they know, look, it's 19th over. We might as well just go. Even on the fumble, it was a proper on the full throw. And yeah, not even close, really. Once again, Andrew Winter. Perfectly positioned side on. A great replay as well there from Lucky pushing the buttons. And I'll have to keep track of this score. Pen and paper soon because there's a lot going on in this over. In fact, that will be the end of the over. 151 for 6. Upal run out for 13. New batter will be on strike. I think this is Gama Singh. Must be. So you got, just as luck would have it, you got the two numberless players batting together. But yeah, this is Gama Singh facing up. Last overtime. Let's get rolling. It's going to be Ankit Singh to finish off. It's a really middle of the road target. Should be a good second half. Don't go anywhere. Good contact from Gama. Interesting. They're not really pushing for 2. Gaurav wants another crack, I think. Yeah, Paolo, you're right. Even a pass score can win a game. That is true. Whoever plays their best cricket in the second half probably wins. Right, up in the air, Gaurav in trouble. Oh, he's not in trouble. Fielder's in trouble. Catch goes down. So Imtiaz has had a bit of an ordeal out there. I'll get 2 when it really should have been a wicket. Having said that, look at the shadows. He's looking right into the sun here. So I don't envy him. Comes down and bursts through the hands. Never got a second opportunity. Played away leg side this time. Only a single. Right, high, straight over the keeper's head. There's no one back here. Good chase. Again, keep running. Got 2. That's all they'll get. So 157 now. 2 balls to go. Bit of bat on this. So 158. Any score, make it a 160s chase here. Down the leg side will be called a wide, and we'll have 1 more ball at least. So we're looking at 160s chase. 159 is the score right now. Keep your hats on, everybody. It's a pretty good strike from Gaurav. Going, and caught. Well, what a catch. Down there by Ankur. Takes it, and I suppose he wants to prove it. In the end, he gets some applause from both teams. Robs the Maximo last ball. Gaurav liked off the bat, and to be honest, he did get the distance, but Ankur went back and had to take it kind of behind himself. That's a brilliant bit of fielding to finish the innings. So it will be 159 for 7 after the 20 overs. Looking at the scorecard, well done to Hasnain, who scored 51 off 40 balls with 5 fours before he was run out late in the piece. Before that, Anand Haidar with 31, and Love Singh, the openers, were pretty important. Harp Upal with 13 late. But really, for me, it's more or less a pass score. 160 will be the target. Bowling-wise, well, the Spartans just did enough, didn't they? 2 for 26 for Ankit Singh, including that wicket off the last ball. Singles for Ankur, as well as Saddam Ryan and Imtiaz Hussain, spin twins. And Mahfouz, I think, did a pretty good job as well. None for 26. Rashid bowled without luck. Ended up with figures of none for 41. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. 160 will be the target for the Spartans in what should be a really, really interesting second innings between 2 evenly matched teams. I'm Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you the other side of this break for more Portugal Liga Grizzly 2026.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. It's going to be a lonely game for those two bats if the fielders don't join them. But it's going to be a 160 target for the Spartans here against the Kings 11. Spartans looking for their second win of the season. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And I know that the yellow and green from Kings 11 have reminded a few people of Fresh Tropical, team in Italy. Some people would call them the Sprite bottles. But yeah, right now they're defending 169. Middle of the road kind of target, to be honest. 8 and over exactly required. Spartans really a lot to do with the power play. And keeper batting and batting pads. Fair enough. Gurav behind the stumps. Hup Upal looks like he'll be opening the bowling. Well done to Bucks as well. He's out there with Andrew Winter. Umpire's done a great job today. Still very hot. Very hot. I suppose not very hot. Quite hot. 29 degrees in Portugal. And so, yeah, 28. With a bit of a breeze going right to left, assisting the outswinger from this end. Okay, here we go. 160 to win. Ryan faces up. Keeps the first one out. Of course, we did see a wicket off the first ball of the innings earlier today. Push and run. Or attempted run, but they turn it around in the end. Harp is round the wicket. Ryan, the first run of the innings. Beats him outside the off stump this time. Natural angle across. It's not natural angle, it's unnatural angle really, going around the wicket, but does the trick. Push and run. This time, and it'll be the first run for Sulaiman Khan. It's pretty full. Maybe just pitching outside leg stump. It wasn't far away. It's going to be pretty difficult to get an LBW from that angle. It's all about where this ball bounces. Yeah, I think if you rock and roll that, you can see bounces just outside the leg stump, then hits him in line and would have gone on to hit. But A very good decision from Buck Stoneman. It will be the end of the over, so it's 2 without loss after 1. So, second over getting underway. Swing and a miss first up, half an appeal. Rajinder Singh with the ball. Hits him in front and he's gone. He tried to hit across that one and he won't like it, but he's going to have to go. Solomon Khan pulling across the ball. Never got up as much as he thought. It's a question of height. They won't really have a great look here. It's banged in. I mean, you can see it's gone under his bat by some distance. Then bounces off probably the knee roll and bounces up. So judging by the way that bounces up, yeah, it's hit him on the knee. I think it's a good decision. I don't think it's going over the top. He probably feels like it should be going over the top if it bounced as much as he thought. Solomon Khan, but the whole thing is he misjudged it. And that is the first wicket. Solomon out for 2 and it's 2 for 1. An early wicket for Rajinder Singh. Well, apparently Ireland women have had a win in the World Cup 24 hours after they're mended. I mean, I know that was a crazy game yesterday. Ireland winning on home turf against India. And now Ireland have won against the West Indies. Probably not quite as big of a shock. Still an upset. Full toss down the leg side. New batter is Tanvir Ahmed. He's going to start with 4. Not a good ball. First up to the new batter for Rajinder Singh. Now, plays this late, beats the fielder in the circle, runs away for 4, and 2 fields allowed in the power play. Tanvir will get 4 runs. Very fast outfield here, really to all corners of this Santarem cricket ground. Well, tries it again. This time they have put the fielder back, so it'll only be a single. Worked away off the legs this time. Think about the run. Ryan sends him back. End of the second over. It's 11 for 1. Yeah, start's all important. They've got 1 early wicket. They want a couple more here. Lisbon Kings 11. Yeah, good to see Kings 11. Even the bench getting a little bit of R&R. All right, up in the air. Catch a ball, dropped. Well, not the greatest moment ever. Was that Joanjot Singh? I think it was. The captain. Especially in a really close game, which this could be. You don't want these spilling out. Technique wasn't really there. And out it went. Lucky moment for the Spartans. They need to be going at that 8 and over. It's an easy one to keep track of. See if they're ahead of the rate or not. 8 and over. 160 is the target. This is played through point. Again, good luck chasing this. You're losing ground on the chase because the ball just keeps on keeping on the acceleration down the hill towards the rope. Over Ahmed with another boundary. Folly kind of turns the face and slices it inside out, gets away from the field. A nice bit of placement from Tanvir. And plays this one well, actually. So protects his stumps. Didn't want to get out hitting across the line. We've seen this a few times today. That is trying to work the ball off the stumps, missing a straight one. Bucks picks up a possession. Oh, this one cracked cover, not handled cleanly either. So Spartans, I suppose they've been reasonably lucky just to lose the 1 wicket. This is in the air again. Comes quickly, doesn't it? To Rajendra. Couldn't quite hold on. Now a slash away. Does get cut off by the sweeper down to the backward point. That will be the end of the overs. So 7 off that one, and the Spartans, despite the early wicket, they're going okay. 18-4-1 after 3. 6 behind the rate at the moment, but plenty of time to make that up. Ahmed looking good on 15. There's the Spartans looking on. It's kind of a bit of a season-defining match here. You got the Spartans, who are 1 win, 2 losses. You got Kings 11, who are 2 wins, 1 loss. Spartans, they lose this, they're 1 and 3 and staring down the barrel. That's gone. Well, how about that? The slip's gone in, and for the second time today, we've seen a slips catch. Amritpal Singh holds on to it, and Tanvir, despite looking good for his 15, he's going to have to step aside. Tried to hit that one to leg. It was a big leading edge. He's kind of at a second slip here, a bit of a fly slip, to be honest. He jumps, and he takes it cleanly, Amritpal Singh. So the second wicket falls, and the Spartans now 18 for 2. So new batter coming to the crease, and it's Muhammad Al-Amin for the Lisbon Spartans. Someone needs to stand up for the Spartans here. Rajinder, the successful bowler, gets this one under the bat of Muhammad Al-Amin. Very expressive, isn't he, Rajinder? Worked around the corner by Muhammad Al-Amin. Another one goes past the bat, this time past the outside edge of Rayad. He's found it hard to get going. Again, can't get this one through. Well bowled. As that one gets past the outside as well. So it's good over from Rajinder. Just the one off it and the wicket, let's not forget. After 4 overs, the Spartans are 19 for 2. You know what? Being 12th man isn't the worst thing, is it? I mean, that looks pretty good. Shoes ready in case required, but otherwise just kick them off and enjoy the day. It looks like Gama Singh is going to bowl. Just crept ahead here, Kings 11, haven't they? Like I said, it's middle of the road kind of score. Gamma bangs it in, gets pulled away behind square, just a single. Yeah, 154 is the par for the whole series. But I would say, you know, you've got the Lisbon Super Giants, second 11, who have dragged that down a bit. If you take them out of the equation, actually, I'm curious now what it would be. Wow, gets a bit inventive here. And that won't quite make it. Okay, I'm going to do some quick numbers. So the par, well, at the moment is 154. I think that includes this game. But if I was to take away the LSG2, it goes up to 171. Okay, so it's quite a difference that one team makes. Gamma. It's turned away. Al-Amin just confident. Glancing away off his pads. Wouldn't want to miss one. Well bowled. Also well played by Ryan. It's shown he's able to keep it out, but I think he's going to have to get moving sooner rather than later. I mean, these two are 6 off 16 combined, and on their watch, that rate's creeping up. We are in the power play, don't forget. Okay, that's fair enough to block that one. That was a good one. Man, gets beaten outside the off stump. Maybe cut away a little bit too much and went over the line, so that'll be called wide. Good bounce. Next one slides through for a dot. So we're a quarter of the way through the chase. And Spartans, despite a promising start, lost a couple of wickets and lost their way a little bit in this response. They're 23 for 2 after 5. Now, we've gone from the... You could say he's doing Pilates. Now he's doing this... What do you call that? The plank. .9.1 over required from here. So already that 160 is playing a bit more like a 180 score for the Kings 11. Really important 5 overs now to just get back in the game before the drinks break. Drinks break they'll take after 10. Clipped away. Good timing. And I'll go all the way for 4. Alamin, just what the doctor ordered for him. Both these two haven't hit a boundary. They faced 3 overs between them, I suppose, until now. Gets the hand through nicely. A swing and a miss. Half a question asked by Rajinder. You never know if you don't ask the question. Now, cut away, but they got the deep third there. That's Hasnain, who scored a 50 in the first innings. Last over the power play here. Steps across. Looks like he wants a bit. As Ryan. He's only able to turn it away for another single. So there's just that one boundary in the over. Can't see it being enough to stay with this rate required of 9s. Goes after this one. It's going straight to the fielder who's dropped it. Well, you wouldn't believe it. Oh, you would. Drop back for 2, but that was a genuine chance. It was about shoulder height. Really should have been swallowed. He was on the move to his left, wasn't he? And just never quite settled. Rajinder puts it down. That's a bold leave as well to finish the power play. End of 6. Spartans behind the 8 ball. 31 for 2. So 6 overs down. Acquired rate 9.2 and over. Need a partnership here. There are signs. I suppose from Muhammad Al-Amin that he's heading in the right direction. But Ryan, 4 off 13 in the power play. Missed a lot of balls. Just wonder if it's time for him to get going, if you know what I mean. Jawanjot Singh, the captain, will bowl over number 7. Field can go back now as well. Into the power play, of course, as signalled. Up to 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time. Not a great ball first up from Jawanjot. We'll probably get away with it. Get away with the dot. Goes after this, goes to the skies, and this ball flies just short of the fielder in the end. I'll be disappointed. That one didn't carry a bit further. Jawanjot. Not a great ball down the leg side. And wide signalled, predictably so. But really, got to start attacking sooner rather than later now. Spartans, you look at their numbers in this Liga Grizzly. Last time out, they did win against Precious. They scored 162. Huge swing. Goes to everybody. Slip does well to cover to his left. This is quite amazing. Keeper misses it, but almost like the slip predicts the miss and starts moving. Quite crazy. Again, not a real attacking streak there. Oh, it could be gone here. I think he is gone. What a piece of fielding. Throwing down one stump. And that's going to be the end of Saddam Ryan. His ordeal's over. Have a look at this. Keeper turns, throws pretty much blindly. Gaurav. And yeah, I mean, I know we don't really get to see there, but you just felt that he was a long way short of where he needed to be. You can see there, bat hadn't even been grounded yet. And it's a good decision, I think, from Andrew Winter. I think, to be honest, Ryan knew that his number was up. So an amazing bit of work, really, from Gaurav behind the stumps to create that wicket almost out of nothing. It's 35 for 3. Ankur is the new batter. So, like I said, wicket for nothing almost, wasn't it? Just bowling that nagging length, Jawanjot Singh. Ankur gets off the mark with the single end of the over. Successful one for the Kings 11. And Spartans, 36 for 3 after 7. Required rate 9.5. Keep an eye on that. Seems to be creeping upwards. So, 8th over getting underway. Hello to everyone as well, of course. Might be joining us after catching the dual international action on ECN today. Welcome. Here's Hasnain getting a bowl. Batted well. Ended up with 50 to his name, 51 off 40 before he was run out late in the piece. That one is cracked away, but the fielder does well. And keeps it to 1. That required rate keeps climbing. Cracked away over the offside. Once again, outfielder well placed, only a single. Need some boundaries, need them quickly. It's on the pad, but it seems to be going well down the leg side. Breeze is going right to left on your screen. End of another over. So 40 for 3 after 8. And no boundaries in that over. Boundaries have dried up for the Spartans. Joe and Jot getting a second over. Gets it on the full here. Alamin, but only manage a single. Spartans falling by the wayside. Required rate up into the 10s now. Joe and Jot's turning the screws. Been a while since a boundary. $19 balls since the boundary. So Anchor gives it the long handle. Once again, not the contact that he would have wanted. Again, this gets into the outfield, but not all the way. Wow, heaves that one. But straight to the fielder. And Alamin's going to have to go now. Another innings that kind of fails to launch. Can't quite crack the runner ball barrier. He'll be gone for 15. A nice catch out there as well. I haven't seen them all taken today. I suppose he had the sun at his back, so didn't have to worry about that. But it's Muhammad Hasnain that holds on to the chance. So Alamin goes, and the score 44 for 4. New batter coming out there is the captain, Ankit Singh, with a bit of a job to do. Captain to captain. Belts it. First ball, Ankit. Down to Mr. 007, Vikas Saini. That'll take us to the end of the over. So Spartans, well, they say a change is as good as a holiday. They've had a change of personnel out there. Can someone get on a bit of a heater here and get them back in the game? Could it be the captain, Ankit Singh? He's on strike. Spartans 45 for 4 after 9. Last over before the lunch break coming up. Gama Singh to continue. It's going to bowl from the far end now. Worked away to the outfield. Sets a bit of a task for the outfield, but it does well again. 2 runs. It cannot buy a boundary at the moment. Spartans. Anchor, 4 off 6. Got his eye in. He's got to go. Tries. Gets past the keeper. Probably buys. Umpire's going to signal something here. You can tell that with a little hand out. Yeah, it is a couple of buys. Big swing and a miss. You can see Anchor wants the leg side there. It's natural kind of go-to aggressive option. Nice take up to the stumps as well by Gaurav. He's been excellent back there. Don't forget he pulled off that run out single-handedly. Can see dragging to leg side, a ball that's probably on the tram line. If they're not getting the 4s, might as well try and get some 2s. They do get 2 here. But again, another boundaryless over with the ball to go. 50's come up at least during the over. Come up. Searching for his first wicket. Just sneaks inside. Anku doesn't get the call, and Andrew Winter explained to him that it's not a wide. And that's the end of the 10th over. 52 for 4, 108 required, so they're going to have to more than double their rate to pull off this chase. Spartans being quietened in the first 10 overs. Time for a drink. Vinny Sandow, Mr. Maximo. Come back in a couple of minutes for the exciting last 10 overs of the day in Portugal. Spartans 52 for 4. You're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 2 on ECN. So, getting ready for the last 10 overs of the day. Hasnain to switch ends down to this bottom end. Need to get moving now, and never really for Spartans. This will help. Again, will it go all the way? Not quite. Bit of a Tortuga left turn at Albuquerque there. Lifted away on the leg side this time. Searching for that boundary. It's just not coming. Okay, two's fine. I mean, 2 balls basically more than the rate. In fact, they'll get 3 here on the overthrow. Next best thing to a boundary, I suppose. This one he hits pretty well, actually, but straight to the fielder. And another cat in a hot tin roof expression. But things just not going right for Spartans. That kind of sums it up. Got this one probably as good as anything lately. But straight into the waiting hands. So Ankit does his best to move things along, but he'll fall for 5, and really writing's on the wall with the font big enough for everyone to read now, I think. Nice catch out there by Adnan Haider. Hasnain with his wicket. His first wicket to go with his half century in this match, and 56 for 5. New batter coming out there. Arjun Singer, the keeper. Someone's going to have a real heater to have any chance here. Hasnain, fresh off the wicket. Beats the new batter outside the off stump. Never easy to come in. That's the thing when it's one of these things where I know you don't want to get out early, but a lot of batters being quite careful and then getting out anyway. So probably would have been better just going for it straight away. This one goes between the batter and the stumps. A lot of chat about a possible caught behind, but I don't think the umpire was convinced. It's just been that kind of a day for Spartans with the bat. Not much has gone right. Top score of 15 shared by Tanvir Ahmed and Muhammad Al-Amin. It'll take us to the end of the 11th over. It's 57 for 5. There's Vikas Saini with the man of mystery number on his back, 007. Change of bowling at the Castle End. It's going to be Amrit Pal Singh to bowl. So he's going to roll out his left armers. So this should be out first ball of the over, and it will be. Again, sums it up, doesn't it? Singer trying to get on with it, but he's the next to go. And it could be a bit of a procession from here. Spartans falling away on the chase. Once again, it's Hasnain that takes the catch, 57 for 6. So, tough gig coming out in this situation. Rashid Iqbal, well, he bowled without too much luck. Let's see if he can have a bit of luck with the bat. Big appeal, and he's gone. First ball, LBW, fresh out of luck as Iqbal at 7 down. Golden duck, there's golden wiki time. Golden tears. Looked like a pretty straight delivery, Andrew Winter. Didn't have too much hesitation. Okay, he's spun pretty wide of the crease. It's the only thing I'd worry about, but let's be honest, we can't see exactly where it hits him. If it hits him on off, I think it's out, even with the angle. And it's going to be a hat-trick opportunity for Amrit. He's off. He's only bowled 2 balls. He's got 2 wickets. Easy stuff. All right, a lot of discussion here now. Could we have a hat trick? Hat trick ball, here we go. Oh, just a little bit too straight. Probably maybe angled in towards leg, and new batter, Russell Mia. He is able to work it away for a single. Full toss. This one does get through the field, and that'll run away. Will get to the fence. Runs downhill that last bit. And, well, consolation bound, you'd have to say, for Ankur. $62 for 7 last ball, the 12th coming up. Two a ball required. It's only going to climb, really. Steps across, gets a tiny bit of bat on this. And, well, you wouldn't believe it'll be a run out. So things really disintegrating now for the Spartans. Gets across. Okay, yes, they take one. But it's a very good chase. To be honest, let's be honest. Barely left the circle. And Love Singh fires the throw back into the keeper, and Gaurav does the rest. So it'll be another 1 and out. We've seen a few of those today. 63 for 8. Nice fielding. Love Singh to the keeper, Gaurav. What an over from Amrit. 2 for 6 and 3 for 6 if you include the run out. Meanwhile, it's Mia who tries to give it the long handle. In fact, he gets it all the way. Maximo. I've been waiting a long time to say it. This is what I mean. I know you don't want to be reckless, but I also don't think you want to be too conservative. We've seen a lot of batters today, and it's probably indicative of the whole season, coming out and just spending a lot of time getting in and then getting out anyway when they start to play a shot. Hey, wants another one, does Mia? Does he get the journey this time? Not quite. Conrad seeing double at the end of the day, I think. We'll get to. Just 2 wickets required now for the Kings, and it looked like they could finish this job early. That's going to be out. He's stumped. Well, is he stumped? Maybe he did get back. I don't know. I had a feeling there's no way he was getting back. This is the keeper in me. It's a tight one. I can't see, but my instinct is he's just out. But we can't see the bat. So I'll give the umpire benefit of the doubt there. Did get back pretty quickly, though. We'll say that. Mahfouz. No, you got to excuse the wicketkeeper in me. It does tend to think every stumping's out. Gundy ball down the leg side. Nice take. Gaurav's kept well, I think. And John Gray, good to see you. Nothing to lose now. Might as well give it the old heave-ho. Well said. Wanted to whack it, then thought better of it. Yeah, John, nice to see you dropping in. Into the over here, and the score 73 for 8. I like that from John as well. Just catching up in the chat. Could the Portugal Tortuga be a Portuga? Now, that's the kind of chat that I'm happy to see you bring to the table. And there's been a few hydration breaks around Europe today as well. Just with that reaction, thought there might have been an edge on that. I've been around the traps. Of course, commentated in Prague yesterday. Staying on these Portugal games. All over him really at the moment. Kings 11, they got the slip in, just hovering. Puts his hands through this one, Razamia. Likes to give it a crack, doesn't he? That's going to go for 4. This is what I mean. He's just come out and said, right, I'm just going to go for it. I'm not saying you have to go for everything, but I do think there's a balance between being too conservative and kind of chewing up 12, 15 balls versus just going all out. I think we've seen too many batters today not run a ball kind of pace and get out too early. I mean, example, Ryan opening 5 off 15. Solomon Khan 1 off 4. Muhammad Al-Amin 15 off 19. Ankur 11 off 13. Another ball gets past the bat. Having said that, I mean, if you're not scoring runs, you're not scoring runs. It's not necessarily because you're not trying. Maybe you can be a little bit outclassed by the bowling. Gaurav, once again, very tidy. Whips off the bails, but the batter stays at home. It'll take us to the end of the 14th over. It's 78 for 8. Yeah, hydration breaks a must at the moment. Not quite as hot in Portugal compared to Central and Eastern Europe at the moment. Here we go. We're over number 15 then. It's Jawanjat Singh, the captain. I think he'll be a tricky proposition for Mia. Mia's going to want to go after him. And then this time, is he out? I think he might be. Told you. Couldn't resist, could he, Mia? He wanted to whack that one over mid-wicket. He kind of goes against the natural break. It's a genuine leg spinner. Watch it really turn. This time, there's no doubt Gaurav's got those bails off before the bat's back. Excellent decision from Andrew Winter. And we're down to the last man. 78 for 9. So at the moment, any ball might be the last ball. Imtiaz Hussain coming out in the number 11 spot. How long will he last? What's his approach going to be? Is he going to bat time, or is this going to go for glory? It's not a bad shot, not a great ball first up from Jawanjat Singh. And the number 11, Hussain, will roll it to the rope. 4 runs, I think. Yeah, good. Otherwise, we had a problem. Oh, I bet some of the other batters was like that one first up. Juicy half tracker. Let's the next one go by. That's a little bit high. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. Attempted sweep, hits him on the pad, just going down the leg side. Takes us to the end of another over. So it is 82 for 9. 5 overs to go on the day, or nearest offer, because of course 1 wicket will end the day. Amrit gets whacked away to mid-wicket. Mahfouz won't get the boundary, but we'll get 2. Can they bring up 100 here? Spartans, won't be easy. All right, high in the air. This could be it. Oh, straight through the hands of Harjinder, who's had a bit of a tough day in the field. Now he's lost a turban as well. Let's hope he can catch that. To be fair, this is not an easy side of the field to field on. Hands just came apart, didn't they? So the day lives on. Amrit will say, well, I should have had a 3 for here. You might still get a 3 for. Good punnage in the chat as well. It's been a long day. 11-hour day. it in Portugal. Not like those slackers in the CE Cup, for example, in Prague with the 40 degrees outside. I suppose at least they finished a bit earlier. But we're happy to keep bringing you the action. Keeps this one out, and the game lives on to a 17th over with the Spartans 86 for 9. So it's like Rajinder is going to get a crack at this bottom end. Liked his bowling. All right. Hats a bit too much for Hussain. Number 11. I bet he never thought he'd be getting a visit. Number 11s normally don't last that long. So give me the hats. Blowing off. Not ideal when it's, what is it now? Almost 7 o'clock local. Again, this wouldn't have happened if Harjinder had held that catch. Johnny Heesum says there's a nice smell of barbecue. A barbecue drifting in through his window. That sounds good. Yeah, it's about time to think about dinner, isn't it? If you're in the European time zone or the UK time zone. I don't know if we can time out Imtiaz. He's finally come back. Nobody wanted to go and give him his helmet. So, okay, so he wanted the helmet. Probably should have brought it out in the first place. Or is he? Yeah, he's got the helmet. That's sensible. I'm not going to have a go at him for that. Of course, this being a local league game is not governed by the ECN rules, which say you're batting in a helmet all the time. Anyway, 17th over. Will it be the last one? Here's Rajinder. Rajinder plays long by banging the first one in. Yeah, again, thanks for your company today. Carlo thinks cab meter should be running. It was funny because I just called a taxi for Phil and Danny. They enjoyed a couple of beverages at the end of the day at the golf club. And they definitely deserved them. Nice take again from Gaurav. He's a real natural gloveman. Hussain started with a boundary. Now he's shut up shop. Yeah, worked away. Only get a single here. Oh, a little edge. Bounces. They go the long way. Keeper wasn't able to reel it in. Just a little bit high. More than a little bit. Oh, just going down the leg side. Big swing and a miss. They survive another over. 17 down then. Spartans, 89 for 9. Can they bat out the 20? I suppose that's what they're thinking, but no point batting out the 20 without a few highlights. I just think, yeah, I blocked really well. Right off the end of the bat of Mahfouz Ahmed as Amritpal comes back to bowl out here. I think you really got to toss it up here if you're Amrit. Well, in the air. Could this be the end of the day? Well, good luck. I barely gets a hand on it. Just curved away from him at the last moment. And if you call that a chance, which you probably do, that's a second chance they had to get off and start celebrating Kings 11. Thomas is up for the day, and hope you enjoy your night, Thomas. See you tomorrow. Again, triple treat tomorrow. We'll have 3 games of our own here in Portugal. Yeah, looking at what's going on tomorrow. We'll start in Bulgaria. Not a bad shot from Mahfouz. Yeah, should get 2. Maybe even 3 if they ran hard. We decide 2's enough. Yeah, so tomorrow things will kick off at 8 o'clock Central European time in Bulgaria. Then at 9 o'clock Central European time, we'll start here in Portugal. And then at 9:30, the CE Cup in Prague. So, yeah, triple treat tomorrow. Just the 1 game in Bulgaria, though. 2 in Prague and 3 here in Portugal. The matches tomorrow are Division 1 matches. So, I think you'll notice things go up a touch. Werewolves taking on LSG. That's the Lisbon Supergiants in the first match of the day. Punjab CC Amadora versus Marlow. Battle of 2 teams that do have ECN silverware. In Marlow's case, quite a lot of ECN silverware in the middle match. And then the Caps to take on the Fighters. Lisbon Capitals versus Fighters CC in the third match of the day. So you can join us 8 o'clock Portugal time at 7 a.m. GMT, 9 a.m. in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. For more Portugal action tomorrow, I'll be here. That one may be a bit high. Good decision. I think umpires have been really good today. Had plenty of decisions to make. It all happens in the 19th. Will it end in the 19th? Upal was a good Yorker and kept out by Hussain. His best shot was his first shot so far, but it was an easy ball to put away to the boundary. John asking, is a 3 figures a possibility? Maybe. Always looks better, doesn't it? Thomas has got a good point. This is pretty close to finishing the day again. So the thing is, because this is a proper league, which is the same as we do our ECN tables, obviously you want to score the most runs you can in the innings. I suppose in theory you want to bat out the overs, because if you are bowled out early, you are considered to have faced all 20 of your overs. So it's not like scoring quickly and getting out has any benefit. Really, all that matters is the total. So, yeah, if you're bowled out before your allocated overs, for net run rate purposes, you are considered to have faced all the overs when they calculate your run rate. So if they got out this ball, their run rate for this innings would be 95 divided by 20, which is 4.75, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, what a way to finish the day. It's out. Yeah, what a way to finish the day. They're saying it's run out off the bowler's leg. Well, for all the ways I thought this day would finish, this wasn't really what I was expecting. It's off the foot, actually. Have a look at this. Comes in, hits the foot, deflects. Hussein's just watching. As he turns his head, he says, uh-oh, that's a problem. Crashes into the stump, and it's all over. Strangest direct hit you'll ever see. Buck Stoneman, he knew exactly what was going on. Gives it out. So Upal doesn't take a wicket, but he kind of does. Thanks to a boot. Speaking of which, good luck to everyone who's staying up to watch the World Cup tonight. There'll be plenty of Football World Cup. Obviously, Women's World Cup cricket's going on. There's men's cricket all around the world as well. Plenty of T20 IW action here around Europe. 95 all out then for the Spartans, leaving 7 balls on the table. The top score was just 15. 2 players scoring that time. Viram had 15 off 9 and Muhammad Al-Amin 15 off 19 balls. Russell Mia with 14 off 10 was the next highest scorer. And the 10 and the 11 being Mahfouz and Imtiaz scored 8 apiece before Imtiaz was pretty crazily run out to finish the day. I want to thank everyone on the ground for your efforts, all the players, the crew in the clubhouse as well, all the kitchen staff, all the ECN crew behind the scenes as well. So Paolo and Lucky and Opath, you've done a great job the last game. I've noticed that as well. Umpires have been top class, as you'd expect in Portugal. I want to say thanks to all the viewers, though. I know it's been a big day of ECN with, well, how many matches was it? It would have been 7 T20s we showed today. So that's basically, I think we've got between 22, maybe even 23 hours of cricket, live cricket during the day today. So thanks to you. Don't forget, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and don't forget our social media at European Cricket as well. Tomorrow's game's just repeating. We start same time here in Portugal, 8 o'clock in Portugal, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's also 8 o'clock AM if you're watching from the UK, 12:30 in India. Gamblers taking on Werris in the first match of the day. Brothers, pardon me, that was today. Let me go to tomorrow. Werewolves versus LSG in the first game of the day. Punjab CC Amadora versus Marlow in the second. And then Lisbon Capitals versus Fighters in the third. But the first ECN cricket tomorrow is an hour earlier than that. That is 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 in India. You can catch the fourth and deciding, I suppose, match of the Balkan Cup with the hosts Bulgaria needing a win against Serbia to square the series. Also, don't forget, the CE Cup wraps up in Czechia with the hosts in prime position to lock up their first ever international cricket trophy. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Stay happy, stay safe, and look after each other. I'll see you tomorrow live from Portugal, but it's going to be triple treat coming your way once again tomorrow on ECN. I'll see you tomorrow for more Portugal, Liga, Grizzly, Division 1 action. For now, it's hasta mañana.